What if the hunt itself was the curse? What if every arrow loosed was a thread binding your fate to the lurking shadows of the forest? In a world where gods paint with blood and ambition drips like honey from the lips of the desperate, the line between predator and prey blurs into a haunting echo of dread. Artemis, the unforgiving goddess with a quiver full of vengeance, watches from the treetops, her eyes glinting like ice shards, ready to snare the unwary. An action? Is no mere mortal. He's a tragic hero wrapped in the scent of ambition and arrogance, a man whose fate hangs on the edge of a distant howl. Picture this, a moonlit night, silver beams slashing through the branches like knives, illuminating the scene with a ghostly light. Action, flushed with triumph, stands at the pinnacle of his hunt, a grin splitting his face. But that grin? It's the mask of impending doom. In the shadows, something stirs, a hunger deeper than any hunt is ever known. What happens when that hunger belongs not to him, but to the goddess he dares to challenge? Karma is a twisted jester, laughing in the dark, and Action's bravado is about to become a punchline. Each step he takes reverberates like a death knell, each rustle in the underbrush a reminder that he's not alone. The woods, alive with the whispers of the damned, breathe secrets that could choke the bravest of souls. But the real question gnaws at the edge of sanity: is he the hunter, or has he become the hunted? The laughter of unseen spirits echoes around him, a chorus of forgotten souls that once dared to defy the divine. And there's Artemis, a spectre of retribution, preparing to unleash a wrath that could shatter the very fabric of his existence. Yet in this dance of fate, there's a darkly comic irony. Action, who struts like a peacock, blind to the storm gathering above, will soon find that the gods have a cruel sense of humor, one that turns self-satisfaction into a grotesque spectacle. The woods will witness his transformation, a metamorphosis that sprawls across the canvas of myth, dripping with the ink of despair and the laughter of the universe. As the tension ratchets up, each heartbeat pulsates like a war drum. Shadows deepen, and the air thickens with the scent of inevitability. What price must he pay for the hubris of man? The laughter fades into a chilling silence, and all that remains is the heartbeat of a dying world, pulsing in time with his own. Will Action realize his folly before the arrows rain down, piercing not just flesh but the very soul of his being? Or will he be another whisper among the trees, lost to the winds of time, a cautionary tale entwined in the fabric of legend? The hunt is on. Fate is watching. And the gods? They have a front row seat to the unfolding tragedy. A cold wind howled through the desolate landscape, its mournful cry echoing in the night as if the very earth sensed the impending chaos. Shadows danced like phantoms under a moon too bright, too keen, illuminating a world caught in the throes of dread. In the heart of the forest, where the trees twisted like ancient gnarled hands clutching at the sky, a figure knelt on the damp earth, her breath hitching in her throat. She was not a goddess yet, just a woman, raw and trembling, her heart pounding like a war drum in the stillness. I remember, the night it all began, she whispered to the shadows, her voice breaking the silence like fragile glass. The words fell heavy, laced with the weight of destiny. She was Leto, bound to a fate not of her choosing, and the air crackled with the tension of what was to come. The moon hung ominously, a silver eye watching, judging. She could feel it, that unyielding gaze, as if it could see straight through her, to the very marrow of her bones. Each heartbeat sang a song of fear and hope, a melody entwined with desperation. Leto pressed her palms to the earth, feeling its coolness seep into her skin, grounding her, but it was a fleeting moment of comfort. The forest was alive, and not with the sweet chirps of nightingales, but with the low growl of something ancient, something dark. I remember, she murmured again, the words clawing at her throat, and suddenly, the past crashed into her present like a storm. She had fled, her feet pounding against the earth, each step a testament to her unwillingness to submit. The haunting laughter of gods echoed behind her, ringing in her ears like a death knell. And then there was him, Zeus. The god of thunder, the very architect of her fate. He had swept her away on wings of desire, but now, he felt like an executioner cloaked in golden light, wielding his power with careless abandon. "You will bear my children," he had declared, his voice a tempest that shattered her resolve. But children? Her body quaked at the thought. What kind of mother would she be? What kind of world awaited them? Across the clearing, a figure emerged from the shadows, a wild-eyed man with hair that whipped around his face like ivy in the wind. It was Apollo, her brother, though they were bound by blood alone. He had been watching, and now he stepped forward, tension coiling between them like a taut string about to snap. "Leto, we must leave this place before they find us," he urged, urgency burning in his voice. But what was the point of fleeing? The gods were relentless, and the chains of fate could not be severed with mere footsteps. The air thickened with unspoken fears, each second stretching like a taut wire, tinged with the scent of oncoming storms. Would she be a mother, or merely a vessel for their wrath? "I can't run anymore, Apollo," she breathed, the words scraping against her throat like shards of glass. "What if they take my children from me?" His eyes darkened, reflecting the weight of her fears. "They will not take them. Not if we are strong." But strength alone felt like a fragile illusion, and she knew the truth hung like a blade over their heads. Then, in the deepest recesses of her mind, a spark ignited. "I will not let them control me," Leto declared, her voice trembling with newfound resolve. It was as if the moonlight had seeped into her veins, igniting a fire she thought extinguished. She could almost hear the whisper of something ancient, urging her to grasp the power simmering within. She knew not how, but the pull of prophecy threaded through her thoughts. She would give birth to a goddess, a force the world would come to know. "I remember the stories," she murmured, her breath catching at the memory of tales spun in the dark, of survival and defiance, of women who had birthed heroes and monsters alike. "I will give them life, my life, and they will be free." Apollo stepped closer, grounding her in the midst of chaos, but his eyes were filled with trepidation. "What if they come for you?" "They will," she replied, the certainty in her voice resonating like the toll of a distant bell. "But I will not cower. I have tasted fear, and I choose to embrace the strength rising within me." The forest shifted, shadows contorting as if in response to her declaration. The wind howled louder, a cacophony of warnings or perhaps a celebration of her resolve. She could feel the energy swirling, a storm of creation crackling in the air, and for the first time, hope blossomed in her chest. Yet, the darkness loomed, sinister and unrelenting. The distant echoes of laughter morphed into mocking jeers. "Foolish girl," it seemed to whisper. "You think you can defy the gods?" But Leto's heart swelled with fury, a fire igniting within her. "I will show them. I will show them all," she roared, the words bursting forth like a primal scream, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The ground trembled beneath her, the trees swaying as if bowing to her fierce proclamation. It was in that raw moment, with the moonlight wrapping around her like a shroud, that the first cries pierced through the night, sharp, echoing, a birth not just of flesh, but of divinity. Apollo stepped back, eyes wide, all mingling with fear as he witnessed the unshackling of destiny. The air shimmered, charged with the promise of a goddess emerging from the depths of darkness, light spilling forth where shadows had once ruled. And as the cries crescendoed into the night, every heartbeat became a testament to her defiance, every breath a rebellion against the chains of fate. The birth of Artemis was not merely an event, it was a cataclysm, a breaking of silence, a nameless terror transformed into a fierce spirit of the hunt. "I remember," Leto gasped, each word a prayer, a fierce declaration that echoed through the shadows, holding tight to the fire that burned from her very soul. With every scream and shudder, the night trembled anew, and the dance between the goddess and the shadows had just begun. The world would never be the same, and in the depths of that moment, they all understood, this was only the beginning. The moon hung heavy and low, a silver coin cast against the black velvet of the night sky. Shadows danced among the trees, stretching long fingers that clawed at the air, whispering secrets of the hunt. A single snap of a twig echoed through the silence, sharp, electric, slicing through the stillness like a knife. I felt it then, a primal pulse in my veins, an echo of something ancient and fierce. The wild was alive, breathing, waiting for the moment to unleash its chaos. "Is it them?" My heart raced, thumping like a war drum, as I turned to face Myra. She stood there, eyes wide, breath hitching on the cusp of fear and excitement. She was fierce, a warrior in her own right, but tonight she felt small, a child cradling the weight of the world. Her raven hair whipped around her face, framing those eyes, grasping at shadows, fearing darkness, yet longing for the thrill. She was the huntress, but deep inside, I could see the girl she used to be, hidden beneath layers of bravado. "No, not yet," I whispered, my voice barely cutting through the thick air. The chill of the night wrapped around us, a taut bowstring waiting to snap. We both knew what was coming. I could sense it in the way the wind shifted, in the way the trees leaned closer, as if eavesdropping on our tangled fears. And then there was Kellen, a steady presence, yet fragile like glass. He held the bow, fingers trembling slightly as he narked an arrow, the motion reminiscent of a dancer preparing for a leap. His face was set, a mask of determination that betrayed nothing of the storm raging within. Kellen's smile was a distant memory, a flicker of light swallowed by the shadows. "We have to do this," he said, but I could hear the cracks in his voice. I knew he was battling his own demons, his past haunting him like a specter, the weight of our mission making each breath feel like a sin. "I remember when we used to talk about this," I said, trying to grasp at the frayed edges of our shared history, moments where laughter echoed against the walls of our childhood dreams. How we'd be unstoppable. But even as I spoke, the words tasted bitter, knowing that innocence was a shackle, not armor. Kellen wouldn't respond. He was too lost in the thrum of anticipation, the electric tension of the hunt, but I could see it in his eyes, the fear of failure, of letting us down, gnawing at him. We were trapped in a symphony of uncertainty, and with every heartbeat, the wilderness pressed in closer. It felt as if the trees were listening, judging, waiting for us to falter. The flickering shadows morphed into silhouettes of beasts, and my mind spiraled into the haunting memories of those who had fallen before us, lost to the hunt, their echoes swallowed by the woods. The night slipped deeper, the air heavy with the promise of blood and chaos, and instinct kicked in. My breath hitched, the scent of damp earth and pine needles intoxicating yet suffocating. I could feel my pulse quicken, a warning cry thrumming in my ears. I was a part of this wild dance, yet I was also an outsider, caught in the suffocating web of my own insecurities. Would I be enough? Would we be enough? Then it happened, a howl that pierced the night, a sound so raw it stole my breath. It echoed through the trees, reverberating like thunder in my bones. My heart raced, fear mixing with exhilaration. The hunt was upon us. We glanced at one another, an unspoken agreement shimmering in the air. "Stay close," Kellen breathed, the quiver of his voice betraying the calm he was trying to project. I caught a glimpse of Myra, her fierce spirit ignited, a fire ready to consume her fear. She nodded, determination hardening her features. But I could see the crack in her armor. I could see the guilt of having once wanted to run away from all of this, from the darkness that lurked in the corners of her heart, gnawing at her dreams. And then, as if summoned by our fear, the creature emerged from the shadows, eyes like pools of liquid night, glistening with hunger and ferocity. Its breath came in ragged bursts, a soft growl that sent shivers cascading down my spine. This was the moment we had trained for, the moment when steel met sinew, when dreams collided with nightmares. I gripped my weapon tight, knuckles white, heart hammering like the pulse of the universe. Myra charged first, a bolt of energy, a flash of fury that startled the beast. I watched, mesmerized, as she leapt, fierce and untamed, but fear wrapped around my heart like a vice. I wanted to scream for her to stop, to retreat before the jaws of fate closed around her, but words failed me. Instead, I felt Kellen's hand on my shoulder, grounding me, tethering my spiraling thoughts. "Now," he rasped, an instinct took over. The world narrowed, the chaos exploding into a singular moment. We were all in this dance, spiraling toward a climax, the beauty in the brutality of the hunt. As arrows flew and the night swirled around us, I remembered the whispers of the woods, how they called to us, how they promised connection, pain, and the raw pulse of life itself. With every heartbeat, I felt the wilderness, not as an enemy, but as a part of me, a reminder of who I truly was. The hunt was not merely about survival, it was about understanding, about confronting the shadows that loomed over our hearts. And then, in a heartbeat, it all shifted. The creature lunged, and time stuttered, the fabric of the night twisting. I gasped, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, the echoes of our past crashing against the present. The woods all around us became a cacophony of screams and howls, the chorus of life and death entwined. But even amid chaos, I felt a connection, an understanding that the hunt was never just about the kill. It was about confronting the darkness within, about finding light in the shadows, about being raw and open in the face of fear. With every shot, every scream, we were not just hunting, we were reclaiming ourselves, the wilderness wrapping around us like a shroud. And then, just as quickly as it began, the night swelled with silence. A stillness that felt like a breath held too long, a moment suspended in time. The beast lay still, a haunting reminder of our victory and our loss. I could feel Myra and Kellen beside me, their hearts racing, but in that silence, I could also hear the whispers of the woods, the wild, untamed, and eternal. Nothing was ever truly over. This was just the beginning. The hunt would continue, weaving through our souls, twisting into our memories, a cycle that never truly ended. And so, as the shadows closed in, I stood with the weight of the night on my shoulders, ready to embrace whatever came next. The wilderness called, and I was ready to answer. The moon hung low, a silver coin against a black velvet sky, and with every shudder of the leaves, darkness whispered secrets that felt too heavy to bear. The chill of the night wrapped around me like a shroud, each breath sharp and electric, tasting of impending dread. I stood at the edge of the glade where shadows danced like specters, where the scent of damp earth and crushed pine needles engulfed me. This was Artemis's domain, the wild heart of the hunt, and I could feel her presence, an electric pulse that both terrified and exhilarated. I remember, my chest heaving, heart racing. I was not an outsider, not a mere observer. I was part of this world, entwined with its raw energy, and something primal urged me forward. Around me, the forest seemed to hold its breath, 1,000 eyes watching, waiting. The tension was alive, thick and intoxicating. A flash of fur, a fleeting glimpse of the stag. It was magnificent, its antlers like ancient branches reaching for the stars. I could almost hear Artemis's voice, soft and commanding, echoing through the night. You want to hunt, but at what cost? Sophia, my sister, stood frozen beside me, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. She was a child of the moon, her heart beating in time with its phases, always drawn to the silver light that danced on the water. But tonight, she was caught in a battle of will, a storm brewing in her chest. We shouldn't be here, she whispered, the words trembling on her lips. This is not our place. Her voice, so fragile, so filled with a mixture of yearning and alarm. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her into my world, to share the thrill that crackled in my veins. But I also felt the weight of her fear, a tether that anchored me to reality. I remember the stories told by the fire, the cautionary tales that dance between legends and our own blood. Artemis, fierce yet fair, protector of the wild, but also a merciless huntress. And then there was Theo, my childhood friend, the one who laughed in the face of danger, who charged into the night like a foolhardy knight. But tonight, he was different, shadows clinging to him like a second skin. His bravado, a mast slipping, revealing cracks beneath the surface. We'll be fine, he said, though his voice cracked. Just a little closer, then we can turn back. I wanted to scream, to shake him and make him see, this was not a game. The forest was alive, and it watched, it listened, and it held secrets darker than we could fathom. I remember the way the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting ethereal patterns on the ground. A reminder of Artemis, the guardian of the hunt. The silence fractured as the stag bounded through the underbrush, a dark silhouette against silver light. The hunt was on. I felt it like a drumbeat, loud and insistent. My heart raced. I saw Sophia's eyes flash with excitement, the pulse of her desire to chase, to run, to feel alive. But behind the thrill lay the echo of something darker, an ancient warning that reverberated through the landscape. We plunged into the shadows, each step a thunderous beat in the quiet of the night. The thrill twisted in my gut, fear and exhilaration mingling in a heady concoction. I could almost taste the moonlight, could almost feel Artemis's gaze upon us. What did she want from us? What sacrifice would this night demand? And then it happened. A snap of a twig underfoot broke the fragile tension. Theo stumbled, his foot caught in the underbrush. "Help!" he cried, panic flooding his voice. I turned, adrenaline surging, but before I could reach him, the shadows shifted. The air grew thick, and it felt as if the very forest turned against us. "Get out!" Sophia screamed, her voice raw with desperation. Her outstretched hand, shaking, pulling me back even as my heart urged me forward. I saw the fear in her eyes, the way it twisted her features, a reflection of my own. Theo was still thrashing, caught in the unseen web of Artemis's wild realm. I could almost hear her laughter, chilling and distant, echoing through the trees. The hunt was no longer a game, it was a reckoning. The stag reappeared, its eyes gleaming like twin moons, a messenger of fate. It paused, calm amidst the chaos, as if daring us to understand the weight of our choices. I felt the cold bite of reality clawing at my chest, a creeping dread gnawing at the edges of my courage. What price would be paid? I remember the stories now, the fables of hunters who had crossed paths with the goddess only to be felled by their own hubris. Her vengeance was swift but fair. She hunted those who hunted for sport, those who took without reverence. I reached for Theo just as the whispers of the forest grew louder, a symphony of warnings, a cacophony of dread. Shadows twisted and turned, dancing with a life of their own, their shapes forming into something terrifying, something that reached for him, hungry and relentless. "Run!" I screamed, but time stretched thin. The night felt eternal, and the moon hung high, an indifferent witness to our plight. In that moment, I saw not just the fear in Theo's eyes, but the reflection of my own panic, the intertwining fates of three souls caught in a cosmic game. Artemis, lunar goddess, would not be ignored. And we were not just hunters in a forest, we were her prey, caught in the web of our own ambitions. I remember the pulse of the night, heavy and unyielding. The moon smiled, serene yet haunting, casting long shadows that whispered of fate. What would we become in this dance of survival? What darkness awaited? Everything stood on the precipice of the unknown, and I could feel the forest shifting, the air thrumming with anticipation. The hunt was far from over, and as we stood on the brink, I knew our paths were forever entwined with hers. The moonlight poured over us, illuminating the choices we were about to make, the line between hunter and hunted, courage and fear, desire and despair. And as we moved deeper into the night, I felt it, the pull of the hunt, the bittersweet taste of destiny lingering on my tongue. The moon, ever watchful, awaited our next steps. The moon hung low in the sky, a chilling eye that watched over the trembling trees. Shadows danced in the underbrush, whispering secrets of things that moved just beyond the reach of light. Action, breath ragged and sharp as the edge of his hunting knife, stood still, his heart pounding like war drums in the silence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, rich and loamy, yet laced with something metallic, something alive. He had always craved this, being one with the wild, the thrill of the chase, but tonight, the thrill felt like an electric coil ready to snap. He didn't know what drew him deeper into the woods, but the pull was undeniable. Each step forward was a heartbeat lost to the shadows, and he was no longer sure if he was the hunter or the hunted. He could almost hear the soft rustle of a doe, feel its heartbeat echoing in his own chest. His mind flickered, images of his dreams, those restless nights when the forest spoke to him in riddles, the woods alive with voices. He remembered those whispers, the way they beckoned him, calling him to a life unchained by the mundane, a life where a young hunter could become something more. Yet tonight was different. The moonlight cast eerie patterns, and the trees shifted like phantoms. Action could almost sense a pair of eyes watching him, luminous and unblinking. Fear gripped him, a cold hand closing around his throat. He was not alone. And then, he heard her, a soft laugh, like the chiming of distant bells, both alluring and terrifying. It was the kind of laugh that could coax a man to his doom, and yet, he was drawn to it, compelled by a force he couldn't understand. Artemis, he breathed, the name slipping from his lips like a prayer. She was both a ghost and a goddess, hiding in the shadows, woven into the very fabric of his being. He had often marveled at her beauty, the way her hair glistened like the night sky, but now that beauty felt predatory, a knife edged with temptation. You seek the hunt, action, her voice echoed in the dark, weaving through the trees, wrapping around him like a vine. But are you prepared for the consequences? His heart thundered. "I am a hunter," he said, though the words felt hollow, a brave front belying the storm within. "I can face anything." But could he? The truth was a gnawing ache lodged in his throat. His father had always been the true hunter, the master of the bow and arrow, while Action fumbled with his aim, a boy playing at manhood. He felt the weight of that inadequacy, the pressure to prove himself. "It's not about skill, dear boy," she whispered, stepping into the light. The moon illuminated her face, and for a moment, he was entranced. But then he saw the wildness in her eyes, a flicker of something savage, untamed. "It's about what you're willing to give. What are you willing to sacrifice?" Her gaze pierced him, and in that moment, he understood the gravity of her words. The hunt was not merely a matter of conquest, it was a dance with death, a game where the stakes were his very soul. Yet, the thrill of danger wrapped around him like a shroud, intoxicating and sweet. To be a hunter, to carve his name into the annals of legend, he was willing to gamble it all. But across the clearing, in the shadows, another figure stirred, Mélanie, his sister, her eyes wide with terror, shimmering like glass. She had always been his tether, the anchor that kept him grounded amidst the chaos of ambition. "Action," she called, her voice trembling like the leaves. "Don't listen to her. She's a spirit of the forest. You don't understand." But he couldn't turn away. The allure of the hunt tugged at him, wrapping around his heart like a vine, squeezing tightly. "I'm ready," he exclaimed, a strange resolve resonating within him. Action felt invincible, a young lion poised to roar. But in his zeal, he failed to notice the flicker of dread in Mélanie's eyes, the way her breath caught in her throat. She knew the stories, the ancient tales of the hunters who had fallen prey to their own hubris. "Action, please!" Her voice was a lifeline, frayed and desperate. "You don't have to do this." But a bitterness rose within him, bitter as the first frost that bites at the tender shoots of spring. "What do you know of the hunt, Mélanie? You've always stayed behind, watching. I want to live. To feel the rush." His words cut like a blade, striking her deep. He could almost see the cracks forming in her heart. He had always been the brave one, the bold one. But in that moment, he felt the weight of their childhood, the laughter, the adventures, the promises made in the starlight. He was tearing apart the bond that had held them together, and yet, the thrill was intoxicating. The tension hung heavy, pulsating in the air, each heartbeat echoing with unspoken words. Action turned back to Artemis, and the darkness deepened. Her smile was sharp, a crescent moon, beautiful yet dangerous. In the forest's depths, the shadows writhed, an omen of what was to come. Mélanie's face contorted with anguish, pleading for understanding, but Action was entranced. The thrill of the hunt surged in his veins, drowning out her cries, drowning out everything. The forest was alive now, singing a song of danger, a hymn of the wild that echoed through his bones. He stepped forward, heart racing, mind clouded. Would he become a legend, or would he become the shadow that haunted the woods? The very trees seemed to shiver with anticipation. The night was dark and full of possibilities, every heartbeat a drumroll for the chaos to come. And with that, the hunt began, the line drawn in the dirt, the veil between the hunter and the hunted fluttering like a flag of war. The shadows loomed larger, the moon carved deeper into night, whispering truths of fate that would soon unfold. Action could sense it, that electric charge in the air, like the moment before a storm breaks, where every choice could lead to glory or ruin. And with every step he took, the shadows stretched and darkened, the forest closing in around him, each heartbeat a reminder of the battle that lay ahead. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a dark well of chaos. Its light sliced through the dense trees, casting jagged shadows that danced like lost souls in the underbrush. Action stood, heart hammering like a frantic drum, breath coming quick and shallow, caught between the weight of his choices and the shrill cries of the night. The forest stretched around him, alive with whispers that felt as if the very air were suffocating him with secrets. "Do you hear them?" he muttered to no one, fingers trembling around the hilt of his sword. The echoes of distant howls clawed at his sanity, a grotesque symphony of hunger and despair. The banshee wails of creatures unseen but deeply felt sent shivers up his spine. Shadows darted. A branch cracked. He was not alone. And then there was Sylvain, looming like a spectre, eyes wide and brimming with desperation. "We can't stay here, Action!" His voice was a rope fraying in the current of fear. "They're hunting us. We're prey now." Panic coiled around Sylvain's throat, a noose tightening with every passing heartbeat. He glanced over his shoulder, as if the very trees were conspiring against them. Action's mind raced, a jumble of memories, each a thread woven into the fabric of who he was. "I remember the hunt, Sylvain. I remember the thrill of the chase." But this, his words faltered, caught in a whirlpool of dread. The hunt had turned. He was no longer the hunter, but the hunted. The realization sliced through him sharper than any blade. "Stop reminiscing. We need to move." Sylvain's hands gripped Action's shoulders, a plea laced with fear, desperation spilling from his eyes. The intensity of their bond, forged in shared battles and mischief, now frayed and unsteady, hung between them like the fragile remains of a dream. Action's gaze flickered through the trees, searching for something, any sign of safety. There was none. Just the mocking rustle of leaves, the quiet laughter of the unseen. He recalled the stories from the tavern, where men spoke fondly of the wilds, those brave souls with more heart than sense, wandering into the embrace of the forest, only to become lost, their bones entwined with roots, their spirits still echoing in the night. "What have we done?" Action whispered, the weight of that question heavy, almost tangible. "We've crossed the line," Sylvain hissed, fury and fear blending in his voice. "We thought we could master the wild, but it's mastering us instead." The truth hung between them, the haunting melody, a requiem for the foolish. Action felt the air thicken, a tension so acute it felt like it might snap at any moment, leaving them gasping in its wake. Through the branches, a flicker of movement, a silhouette, a ghost of something far too large and primal. Action's heart seized. The stories didn't do justice to the terror that filled his chest, a primal instinct gnawing at the edges of his sanity. "What is that?" The words fell from his lips like stones, heavy and unyielding. "I don't know." Sylvain trembled, eyes wide, pupils dilated like black holes. "But we can't wait to find out." He turned, ready to run, but the ground beneath them quaked as if responding to their fear. The forest was alive, breathing, encroaching, ready to swallow them whole. Action gritted his teeth, a surge of determination battling the tide of dread. "Together," he said, the word a fragile lifeline thrown into a storm. "We fight together." But as they turned to flee, the howl of the beast echoed, a guttural, primal sound that struck them to their cores, reverberating through the marrow of their bones. It was a sound that spoke of death, of untamed ferocity, a music that tore at the frayed edges of their courage. "Run!" Sylvain screamed, and they plunged deeper into the dark, the world an indistinct blur of tree trunks and shadows, hearts pounding a frantic rhythm of life against the encroaching abyss. The forest closed in around them, branches clawing at their faces, roots grasping at their feet, a living nightmare intent on holding them captive. Action stumbled, breathless, the weight of survival pressing down like a leaden shroud. "I remember," he gasped, each word a struggle, "when we thought we knew the wild. This isn't the wild, it's a trap." Sylvain's laughter broke through the terror, raw and unhinged, a delightful trap, eh? 1 bath a year, I suppose. The absurdity of it, the stark contrast of humor amidst the horror, sparked a flicker of light in Action's chest. They were in this together, bound by folly and fear, a pair of fools against the shadows. Their lungs burned, legs screamed for mercy, but adrenaline surged through their veins like wildfire. The beast was behind them, a spectre of nightmares, and they were its prey. Action could feel the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of those lost in the woods whispering their names, urging him to remember, to fight. But what was there left to fight for? The shadows danced, and he felt the creeping tendrils of despair curl around his heart. "What if we don't make it?" he breathed, more to himself than to Sylvain. The thought sank deep, a stone dropped into a bottomless well. "The wild calls, Action," Sylvain replied, voice trembling yet defiant. "Even if we don't survive, we'll answer. We'll be a part of the stories that are told, our folly immortalized in the night." and as they pushed onward, the wilderness howled and leered, a cruel mistress that offered no promises. Each heartbeat was a countdown, and the shadows stretched, reaching for them, waiting to ensnare them in their dark embrace. The moon drifted higher, illuminating the path, revealing glimmers of hope amidst the encroaching despair. Both men knew that this was only the beginning. The wild was both a monster and a muse, a paradox that would haunt them, calling them deeper into its clutches. They were bound to it now, woven into its very essence. So, they ran, two souls racing against destiny, trembling on the edge of existence, hearts echoing the unrelenting call of the wild. The air was thick, suffocating, laden with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of fear. Shadows danced in the fading light, twisting and warping beneath the gnarled branches of ancient oaks. I could hear it then, an echo, a rustle, a whisper of something sinister lurking just beyond sight. My heart pounded like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the danger creeping closer. The sacred grove was alive, a specter of forgotten secrets, and I was a trespasser in its haunted embrace. I remember the first time I stumbled upon it, a child chasing fireflies, laughter spilling from lips untouched by sorrow. But now? Now I stood frozen amid the chaos, the air crackling with an unspeakable tension. I felt the weight of Artemis's gaze upon me, or was it pity? Fear? Or something darker? The moon, a watchful eye, cast a silvery glow on the twisted roots, and I could almost hear the trees whispering tales of betrayal and despair. Beside me, Camilla trembled, her fingers knotted in the fabric of her cloak. "We shouldn't have come here," she whispered, her voice like brittle leaves crumbling underfoot. Her wide eyes darted around, searching for solace, but finding only the sharp edges of reality. Camilla was a fighter, though her heart thrummed with defiance, yet the weight of her choices bore down on her like a shroud. She had come seeking strength, but the grove offered a different kind of power, one that snaked into the soul and twisted it into something unrecognizable. "Camilla, we can't turn back now," I urged, my voice strained, almost breathless. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her close, but a churning dread anchored me in place. I remembered her laughter, the sound of it like rain on parched earth. What had we done to get here, and how could we find our way back to that innocence? My thoughts raced, frantic, as shadows stretched and crept closer. They whispered secrets of our pasts, of regrets buried and wounds still raw. The earth shivered beneath our feet, a reminder that the grove was alive, a living entity pulsing with ancient magic and grief. I felt it then, an ache in my chest, an unquenched thirst for redemption. I had failed her so many times before, and now, in the heart of Artemis's sanctuary, my failures loomed larger, darker. I could see flashes of the past, the fierce glint in Camilla's eyes when she fought for every breath, every flicker of hope. I had promised her safety, yet here we stood, unarmed and exposed, surrounded by the unknown. A rustle erupted from the underbrush, and we instinctively stepped closer together. From the shadows emerged a figure, a spectre cloaked in darkness, features obscured by the shifting fog. My pulse quickened. Was this the guardian of the grove, or something more sinister? I could feel Camilla's fear radiating, a palpable force that threatened to consume us both. "Stay behind me," I whispered, though I couldn't shake the fear that coursed through my veins. "Why did you bring me here?" Her voice trembled, and I felt her heart racing against mine, a frantic duet of despair. The truth was, I didn't have an answer. My obsession with the grove was a ghost, haunting me with every step, every moment. I had wanted to find something, some connection to history, to Artemis herself. But now, as the figure stepped into the moonlight, it was clear what I had sought was lost, buried beneath layers of dread. "Why do you seek me?" The voice was ethereal, echoing off the trees, reverberating in the very bones of the earth. It was a question, yet it felt like an accusation. I looked at the figure, and for a moment I thought I saw a flash of understanding in its eyes, a flicker of shared pain that cut through the darkness. In that fleeting moment, I recognized my own reflection, a desperate soul, longing for absolution, for understanding. "Please," I couldn't find my voice, but the word hung in the air, thick and heavy. "I'm here for her." I gestured to Camilla, who stood rooted, eyes wide with uncertainty, caught between bravery and despair. The figure smiled, a slow, haunting curl of its lips that sent shivers down my spine. To seek the goddess, you must confront the heart of your own darkness. The words were a blade, cutting deep, and I felt Camilla flinch beside me. I'm not afraid, she declared, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. I wanted to reach out, to assure her that we would find the strength together, yet the shadows were closing in, wrapping around us like a noose. I remembered the stories, the legends of those who dared to enter the sacred grove. They spoke of trials, of choices made in the face of fear, of the past clawing its way back into the light. And in that moment, I knew the truth. We were not here to request favor from Artemis, we were here to confront the ghosts of our own making. Face your fears, the figure commanded, its voice rising like a storm. Only then will the sanctuary reveal its secrets. The moon hung heavy above us, a silent witness to our turmoil. I felt the weight of time pressing down, the echoes of our pasts intertwining with the ominous present. I was lost in a labyrinth of emotions, regret, love, anger, fear, all colliding, a tempest breaching my soul. How do we choose? Camilla's voice shook, and I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. The world spun around us, the trees whispered, and shadows danced like mocking phantoms. Choose, the figure intoned, a breath of night air laced with the scent of decay and promise. Choose to embrace the truth, or to flee into oblivion. The grove awaits your answer. My heart clenched. This was no ordinary choice. This was a reckoning. And as I stood in the eye of the storm, I could feel the ancient power of Artemis swirling around us, wrapping us in its embrace, daring us to confront the darkness within. What would we choose? What truth awaited us? The silence was deafening, a pause pregnant with possibility, and as I turned to Camilla, I realized it was now or never. In the sacred grove, amid secrets entwined with shadows, we stood at the brink of something profound, an awakening, a confrontation, a rebirth. But still, we lingered, caught in the web of dread and anticipation, waiting for the final push that would propel us beyond the threshold. And then, as the shadows whispered louder, I understood, this was just the beginning. The air was thick with tension, each heartbeat a drumroll of dread echoing through the ancient woods. Shadows danced like restless spirits beneath the gnarled branches, whispering secrets long lost to time. I stood frozen, the scent of damp earth and fear mingling in my lungs, as a rustle broke the ominous silence. A figure emerged, wild-eyed and breathless, clutching a blooded spear. It was Theron, his gaze dark with terror, as he gasped, "They are coming. They know." My heart raced, thundering in my chest like a wild stallion galloping through the night. I could see the glimmer of sweat on his brow, glistening like starlight lost in a blackened sky. The flicker of a torch illuminated not just his face but the horror etched in the hearts of all who dared to hunt under the rising moon. I remembered the stories, the legends that wrapped around the village like a thick fog, tales of hunters who vanished into the darkness, never to return. Ilara, my sister, stood beside me, her face pale as a ghost, her hands trembling. "Theron, you must," she began, but the words caught in her throat, choked by the weight of uncertainty. She was always the brave one, the one who laughed in the face of danger. But now, under this shroud of terror, she was just as lost as we were. I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of what was once fierce resolve, now dulled by the impending doom that threatened to swallow us whole. "They're hunting us," Theron whispered, his voice barely a breath, reverberating with the despair of countless nights spent in shadowy corners, speaking of myths as if they were truths. "The beasts are not just in our dreams. They are here. They are real." A chill swept through me, a shudder that echoed the tales of the monstrous creatures that roamed the forests, hunters turned prey, twisted by ancient curses and fears. I could feel the eyes of the woods upon us, watching, waiting. I remembered the last time we dared to venture out with spears and courage, the warmth of the sun on my back, the laughter that felt like a shield against the darkness. But now, that laughter felt like a distant echo, a cruel joke whispered by the night. We stood in a triangle of uncertainty, hearts pounding like war drums, minds racing, each second stretching like the shadows elongating before the harvest moon. I could feel the pull of the forest, an ancient force drawing us deeper into its embrace. But what awaited us there? Each rustling leaf, Each crack of a branch screamed of danger, yet we were trapped by our own fear, our own need to protect what little we had left. "Do you remember?" I asked, my voice trembling, a fragile thread anchoring us to some semblance of hope. "The stories of the great hunters? The rites? The offerings laid at the altars of gods who no longer listen?" I clung to the fragments of memories like driftwood in a storm. I remembered the firelight flickering against our faces, the warmth of our village, our mother's laughter floating like a melody through the cool night air. "What if we know?" Ilara's voice cut through the haze, sharp as a blade. "What if we do nothing? We can't resign ourselves to dark tales. We must fight." There was a fire in her now, igniting the spark of courage within me. But I saw the flicker of fear behind that fire, a reflection of my own gut-wrenching dread. The sound of snapping branches echoed, rumbling like low thunder. Something was coming. I could feel it, a presence that whispered through the trees, brushing against my skin like fingertips tracing my spine. I was drowning in memories of ancient rituals, of blood offerings and prayers spoken in hushed breaths. The hunters once revered had turned into phantoms, specters of our unresolved pasts, reminders that the line between hunter and hunted was as thin as the veil of night. And then, the first howl pierced the air, a chilling, soul-gnashing sound that resonated through the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of despair, of something primal clawing its way into the world. Theron's eyes widened, reflecting the fear that snaked through my veins. "Stay close!" I shouted, though my voice wavered, the words feeling futile against the swirling shadows. We pressed together, three souls bound by fate, fear, and an unquenchable thirst for survival. I could see Theron's grip tightening around his spear, knuckles white as he fought against the encroaching darkness. As we moved deeper, the forest seemed alive, breathing with an ancient rhythm, each pulse quickening our own. We were not mere hunters now, we were the hunted, fleeing from the very essence of what we once believed. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their branches curling and twisting, as if reaching out to ensnare us. "Ilara, do you think they can hear us?" I asked, my voice a trembling whisper. She turned, and for a moment, I saw the courage ignite within her again. "If we don't make a sound, maybe we stand a chance," she said, and I could see the determination etched into her features, but it was thin paper against the storm. We crept forward, our breaths shallow, hearts thundering louder than the calls of the beasts that circled us. I remembered the tales of how hunters once offered their hearts to the gods, how they surrendered their very essence to appease the wilds. But who were we sacrificing? What part of ourselves were we willing to lose? A rustle erupted nearby, and my heart stopped, crumbling under the weight of reality. It was not a dream, not a story told by firelight. We were ensnared in the grip of myth, and as the howl echoed once more, a mournful, hungry cry, I realized that the beasts were not just in the woods. They were inside us, clawing at our souls, hungry for the light we dared to carry against the dark. And in that moment, I understood. This was not merely a hunt for survival, it was a confrontation with our own fears, a primal struggle that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The night was not just alive, it was a cacophony of every choice we had ever made, every whisper of doubt that had inhabited our minds. Together, always. We fight together. Ilara's voice cut through the air, igniting a spark of rebellion in my heart. I could feel my body respond, fueling the rage that had simmered too long beneath the surface. I remembered the stories, the myths woven into the fabric of our lives, of love, loss, and the haunting echoes of our ancestors. They had not merely been tales, they were warnings. And as the darkness closed in, I held on to that truth, even as the shadows threatened to swallow us whole. For within that darkness, there was also the possibility of light. And like a candle flickering in the face of a storm, we stood on the precipice of fear and courage, ready to confront whatever lurked beyond the veil. The night awaited, and we would not falter, for we were the hunters, and this was our destiny. The forest was still, as if it were holding its breath, and the air hung thick with anticipation, a silence so complete it could choke you. I stood there, heart pounding, the weight of the moment pressing against my chest like a vice. My sister, Callista, trembled beside me, her eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. The moon, a cold and indifferent observer, cast silver shadows that danced across the ground, whispering secrets of ancient vows and the price of broken promises. I remember the night our lives shifted, when the very essence of our existence became entwined with chastity and sacrifice. It was a night filled with ghosts of our past, shadows of our future. It felt like a knife, sharp and biting, cutting through the veil of innocence we had so desperately clung to. Underneath the luminous sky, I could almost hear the echoes of Artemis herself, her voice like an ethereal breeze, beckoning us into the depths of her realm. "Sister," Callista's voice was barely a whisper, trembling like the leaves above us. What if we don't return?" Panic surged through me, a visceral, living thing. I forced a smile, though the corners of my mouth felt heavy, pulling down like the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. "We will. We have to." But in my heart, dread coiled like a snake, ready to strike. I had sworn an oath to Artemis, to preserve my purity, to protect my sister, to guard our souls against the insatiable hunger of the world. But what was purity, really, when the shadows lurking within us were darker than we dared to acknowledge? I could see it in Callista's eyes. She was afraid, not just of what lay ahead, but of what she might become if we faltered. The woods around us rustled, a chorus of whispers rising and falling, and from the depths of the darkness came Kellan, his presence like a comet streaking across the night sky, bright and terrifying. He was handsome, a wildfire wrapped in leather and charm, the kind of boy who made you feel alive and utterly, irrevocably lost. "Are you two lost little lambs?" he teased, a smirk playing on his lips, but I could see the vulnerability hidden behind those confident eyes. Kellan had his own demons, battles that raged within him, and I felt a rush of empathy, one doomed soul recognizing another. "Stay away, Kellan," I hissed, the warning sharp on my tongue. "You don't understand what's at stake." But he stepped closer, the magnetic pull of his aura drawing me in. Or maybe I do. His breath was warm, a contrast to the chill of the night, and for a fleeting moment, I was tempted to unravel the threads of my vow. Temptation was a dark, seductive thing, lurking just beyond the periphery, whispering promises of joy wrapped in sin. Callista's hand found mine, her grasp a fragile lifeline. "We have to go," she urged, her fear palpable, but the intensity of Kellan's gaze arrested me. "I remember," I said suddenly, the words bursting forth. "I remember the stories, how chastity is a shield, how it protects us from the horrors awaiting us. But what if it's a prison instead?" Kellan's laughter rang out, light but edged with something raw. "Prison or shield, it depends on who's holding the keys, doesn't it?" The tension in the air crackled, an electric charge that sent shivers racing down my spine. Time seemed to warp, stretching out, each second a lifetime, as I wrestled with the truth of those words. Was I the jailer of my own heart? Had I chained myself in the name of devotion? The ground beneath us trembled, as if the earth itself was protesting our indecision. The shadows around us began to shift, an ominous reminder of the choice we faced. I could feel the weight of Artemis's gaze upon us, a mix of pride and disappointment, as if she were judging our very souls. "Choose wisely," a voice echoed through the trees, a spectral sound that sank into my bones. Callista trembled, a shudder that seemed to resonate in the air. "What if we can't? What if the world is too strong?" "Then we shall be strong enough," I insisted, though doubt gnawed at my resolve. I looked at Kellan, a dangerous light dancing in the depths of his eyes. "You have to leave. You don't belong in this fight." "Maybe I do," he shot back, his voice a tempest. "Maybe I'm the only one who can help you see what you're truly fighting against." But how could I trust him? The darkness within him beckoned, promising freedom from the chains of chastity, a tantalizing glimpse of a world unshackled by vows. I looked at my sister, her face pale and strained, and I felt the tide of my emotions surging. "I remember," I murmured, the weight of the memories spiraling around me like a storm. "I remember the day we pledged ourselves to Artemis. The stars were alive, and the air was electric with hope. We were so naive, thinking we could outrun fate. The trees loomed overhead, ancient and wise, each branch a witness to our struggle. The shadows twisted and morphed, and the weight of the decision pressed down upon us, a silent scream reverberating through the night. I could feel the walls closing in, the darkness curling like smoke around our ankles, threatening to drag us into its depths. "Let's run," Callista urged, her voice a fragile plea. But could we escape the choices we had made? The vow that had bound us? I looked into Kellen's eyes, those deep pools of uncertainty, and for a moment, I felt the universe crack open, a fleeting chance to break free. Chastity, purity, they were more than words, they were chains and shields, burdens and comforts. The weight of our choices became a living thing, pulsating in the silence, and I was left standing on the precipice of what was, and what could be. "Will you be my shield?" I asked Kellen, the word slipping out before I could think. It was a reckless question, full of desperation and longing. "Only if you promise to fight," he replied, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. And so we stood, three souls intertwined in a dance of loyalty and temptation, teetering on the brink of a harrowing choice. The night echoed with the promise of chaos and clarity, and as the moon bore witness, our hearts pounded in unison. The air thrummed with possibility, the forest alive with the weight of our vows, and the darkness loomed, hungry and relentless. But as the shadows crept closer, I felt the stirring of hope. In the tumult of our fears and desires, we were alive, each heartbeat a call to arms, every breath a reminder that the battle was just beginning. The storm rolled in, darkening the sky as if the gods themselves had gathered, their mood shifting like the wind. Lightning split the air, a jagged reminder of their power, and thunder boomed in a rhythm that echoed the hearts of those below, pounding, racing, dancing with fear. I stood on the edge of the cliff, the earth trembling beneath my feet, a precipice between despair and devastation. The sea roared, hungry and wild, crashing against the rocks like a beast breaking free. I could taste the salt on my lips, feel the chill in my bones, and amidst the chaos of nature, my thoughts spiraled to the gods, those fickle deities who toyed with our lives like children flicking through a deck of cards. Myra, my sister, stood a breath away. I could see the fear etched on her face, the tremor in her hands as she clutched a silver locket, our mother's last gift. "They're angry," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "They want something from us." Her eyes darted to the dark horizon as if seeking something among the storm clouds. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, not just from the cold but from the weight of her words. We had lived our lives believing we were free, but that freedom was an illusion, a thin veil that the gods could shred at any moment. I remember the tales our grandmother told us in the flickering light of the fire, stories of gods who walked among mortals, of sacrifices made in the dead of night, blood spilled to quench their insatiable thirst for power. "Remember the festival," she had said, her voice low and conspiratorial. "It's a time to show gratitude, but also a time to fear. They watch us, always." I had laughed then, a child's laughter, light and carefree. But now, standing on the precipice of disaster, I felt the truth of her words like a knife against my heart. Beside me stood Jonah, my childhood friend, his face pale against the backdrop of darkness. He had always been the brave one, the one who dared to challenge the myths, but now his bravado faltered. "Myra's right," he said, his voice shaking. "We've angered them." His hands clenched into fists, and I could see the fire in his eyes, the desperation to fight against the unseen forces that twisted our fates. "We need to do something. We can't just stand here." What did we know of gods? What could mere mortals offer that would appease them? I caught glimpses of memories in the corners of my mind. Once, I had dreamed of grand adventures, of being a hero in a tale spun from starlight and shadows. But here, in this moment, I felt like a pawn on a chessboard, manipulated by hands I could not see. The winds howled louder, a cacophony of despair and fury, and I knew we had to make a choice. To be bold or to bow down to the fate laid before us. The tension hung thick as the storm clouds above, pressing down on us, making it hard to breathe. "We can offer ourselves," I suggested, the words tumbling from my lips before I could catch them. Myra's eyes widened, and Jonah stepped back as if I'd struck him. "They want a sacrifice. We can't let the storm take us. Not like this." My heart raced, the weight of my words sinking in. I felt like a ghost, drifting between the realms of courage and cowardice. What if they take more than we give? Myra questioned, her voice trembling, a thread of fear weaving through the fabric of her bravery. What if our sacrifice isn't enough? The storm seemed to thunder in response, shaking the earth beneath us, a reminder of the cost of defiance. Shadows twisted around us, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw faces in the clouds, ominous, watching, waiting. The gods were here, in the storm, in the air, in our hearts. They were everywhere and nowhere, and I wondered if we could ever escape their grasp. Jonah stepped forward, his resolve rekindled. "We'll do it together," he said, his voice a low growl of determination. "If we're to face them, we should do it as one." I could see the fire in his eyes flickering like the flames of the hearth we had abandoned. We were no longer children playing games of pretend, we were standing on the edge of a reality that demanded our deepest fears and hopes. The winds howled louder, drowning out thoughts of retreat. I felt the surge of adrenaline, the desperate need to act. "Together," I echoed, my voice steadying as I looked at my sister, my best friend. The storm raged on, but we stood firm, united against the darkness that sought to consume us. I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing down on us, the echoes of their sacrifices whispering through the chaos. We are their legacy. We are not alone. As the first bolt of lightning struck the sea, illuminating the night in a blinding flash, I held onto that thought tightly. The gods might be here, their power a terrifying shadow, but we were alive, filled with the raw pulse of humanity. No matter the outcome, this moment was ours, the storm, the fear, the courage. We would face the gods together, or we would fall together, but we would not let them decide our fate without a fight. In that moment, I felt something shift within me, a connection to the cosmos, as if the stars themselves were bearing witness to our choice. The thunder answered, resonating in my chest, a heartbeat synchronized with the pulse of the world. The gods would see us, hear us, feel us. And we would rise, or we would burn. But we would not go quietly into the night. The storm was only the beginning, and our story was far from over. Tension crackled in the air like the static before a storm. Action stood beneath the vast, sultry sky, his heart racing with the pulse of 1,000 wild beasts. The forest loomed around him, dark and sumptuous, its shadows stretching like fingers ready to pull him into the abyss. Just beyond the trees lay his fame, the shimmering promise of glory. Somewhere, a hunt was unfolding, and he would be the hero. Or the hunted. He could almost taste the bloodlust in the air, thick and sweet, mingling with the earthy scent of moss and decay. I remember how I used to dream of this moment, standing at the precipice of destiny, the world at my feet. But dreams can be cruel, can't they? They twist and warp until they're unrecognizable, reflections in a shattered mirror. A rustle broke the silence. There she was, Diana, the goddess of the hunt, her presence more electric than the crack of thunder. I remember her eyes, fierce like twin daggers, cutting through the night. They sparkled with the thrill of the chase, but there was something else lurking beneath, a storm brewing in her heart. She knew him, knew what he wanted, and yet, she turned away, her attention stolen by a distant call of her pack. It wasn't just the hunt that drove her, it was the fear of losing herself in the chase, the fear of being just another trophy. "Action," called a voice, sharp as the snap of a twig underfoot. It was a maid, his friend, his rival, the very embodiment of ambition. I remember the way his ambition burned, a wildfire consuming everything in its path. Are you ready to prove yourself or simply to fall? The challenge hung in the air, thick, suffocating. Action's pulse quickened at the thought of fame, of finally being more than a mere name whispered in the shadows. Fate had a sick sense of humor, though, and Action could feel its claws tightening around his heart. As a maid grinned, the moonlight caught the glint of his dagger. Jealousy flickered in his eyes, a shadow that darkened the thrill of competition. Action's own ambition felt like a curse, a gnawing hunger that would never be sated. Would he bring glory to his name, or would he merely become a footnote in someone else's story? The forest held its breath, a silent audience to their growing tension. Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of unspoken words, every rustle in the leaves a reminder of the stakes at play. I remember the way it felt, alive, electric. But I also remember the dread, the creeping realization that ambition has a price. Action stepped forward into the trees, the darkness swallowing him, wrapping him in its embrace. Shadows danced around him, whispering secrets, beckoning him deeper. He wanted to scream, to call out to Diana, to draw her attention back to him. In that moment, beneath the weight of the moon, he felt both powerful and powerless. Fame was a double-edged sword, and he was the fool grasping the hilt, blind to the blade. Suddenly, a sound, a crack, a snap, echoed through the silence, sharp and jagged. Fear lanced through him. Action turned, heart pounding, and there she was again, Diana, hunting, her breath ragged, excitement igniting her very being. "Are you with me or against me?" Her voice was like music, a siren call that pulled at the threads of his ambition. He took a step forward, adrenaline flooding through his veins. She was the embodiment of his dreams, but even as he reached for her, a sense of foreboding curled around his heart. What if she was the ghost of his ambition, the spectre of a glory that would never be his? "Join me, Action," she cried, eyes wild with the thrill of the hunt. "You want this more than anything, don't you?" She beckoned him closer, her voice a melody woven with danger, a tune that could ensnare the heart and crush it in a single note. He started, but a flicker of doubt danced in the corners of his mind. What would he sacrifice for that fame? What of friendship? What of loyalty? A maid's voice whispered in his ear, taunting, cruel, the reminder that he wasn't the only one hungry for glory. In that fleeting moment, time stretched and twisted, the forest around him becoming a swirling vortex of shadows and light. Memories flooded like a tidal wave, his youth spent dreaming of grand adventures, of being a hero, of wielding the kind of fame that would echo through the ages. But those dreams were built on the bones of sacrifices, of people lost in the pursuit of glory. A howl resonated through the trees, primal and hungry, a call to arms. Action's heart raced. He felt the pull, the magnetic force of ambition drawing him toward the hunt, toward Diana, whose very essence shimmered like the sun through dark clouds. But beneath that allure lay a pit of uncertainty, a chasm filled with the ghosts of those who had chased the same dream and lost themselves along the way. Action took a deep breath, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and rain-soaked leaves. He felt alive, yet haunted, two sides of the same coin. "Diana," he shouted, desperation lacing his voice. "I want this. I need this." But ambition is a fickle beast, a seductive mistress calling forth the shadows within. The pack was closing in. The thrill of the chase surged through him, a primal instinct awakening something deep inside. And yet, a sliver of fear pierced through the haze of excitement. What if he became the prey? What if, in his quest for fame, he lost himself, his heart, his soul, everything he had ever been? The night closed in, the moon rising high like a spectre, watching, waiting. The hunt began, and with it, the echoes of what was to come. The chase would lead them deeper into darkness, where desires turn toxic and ambition can devour whole lives. In the flickering shadows of the trees, Action knew he stood on the precipice of something unthinkable. Fame called to him like a siren, promising everything and yet threatening to take everything away. As the cries of the hunt echoed in the distance, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of his descent into madness. And in that uncertainty, beneath the weight of the stars, it all became clear: ambition is a beautiful beast, but it always demands its due. Would he be ready to pay the price? The hush of the forest hung heavy, like a shroud of silk around Action, as he stumbled upon the glimmering pond. Its surface lay still, a perfect mirror of the twilight sky, the crescent moon a ghostly sentinel. It was there, amid the whispering leaves and sighing branches, that he first glimpsed her, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, radiant and untouchable. But in that moment, something shivered through the air, a warning wrapped in frost. I remember the way the moonlight struck her silvered skin, illuminating her with an ethereal glow, beauty so raw it clawed at his heart. I remember the clenching in his gut, an electric thrill that coursed through his veins, igniting a fire he couldn't comprehend. There she was, a vision of divine grace, but the world around him buzzed with an eerie tension. Rabbits froze mid-burrow, the wind held its breath, and shadows danced with ulterior motives. Action, torn between awe and dread, took a step forward, his heart pounding against the cage of his ribs. The cool earth beneath his feet felt alive, thrumming with energy, but that energy was tainted, a dark undercurrent pulling him deeper into a perilous scheme. He was a mere mortal, trapped in a moment far beyond his understanding. The weight of his curiosity drew him in, against the cries of reason that echoed faintly in his mind. And then, the spell was broken. Artemis turned, her piercing gaze locking onto his. It was a gaze that could freeze the stars, a gaze that spoke of the hunt, of blood, and of vengeance. In that instant, the world fell away. Nothing mattered except the connection, a heartbeat, a breath, a flicker of time where everything hung suspended. There was fear in her eyes, a flicker of something deeper, something agonizing. "I am not prey," she whispered, her voice a silvery thread woven through the silence, a warning barely held in check. Yet, there was a challenge, a defiance that ignited something within Action. He had come seeking glory, perhaps a tale to tell, but now he stood paralyzed, the weight of her reality crashing against his dreams like waves against a crumbling shore. I remember the way her beauty felt like a blade, cutting through the fabric of his existence. He wanted to reach out, to beg for forgiveness, to promise he would never tell, but the words fell silent beneath the weight of her fury. Her lips formed the words he couldn't hear, and in that moment, he was not just a man, he was a ghost, a fleeting image in her narrative, a misplaced chapter in her epic tale. Time twisted, coiling tighter, and as he tried to retreat, the shadows seemed to laugh, wrapping around his limbs, rooting him to the spot. I remember the chill creeping up his spine, that terrible realization sinking in that he was both the hunter and the hunted. This was not a mere encounter. It was a reckoning. Across the glade, the otherworldly creatures of the forest sensed the shift. The rabbits, the owls, all held their breath, their instincts screaming in harmony. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Action's heart raced, thumping like a war drum, as Artemis stepped closer, her presence a storm brewing. The air crackled, the moment charged with an energy that felt alive, ready to spill over into chaos. "I see you," she said, each word a thunderclap, and in that declaration, the world narrowed. He could see the countless stories etched in her eyes, tales of betrayal, of hunters who had crossed lines they could never uncross, of gods who had raged against the mortal coil. Each flicker of her gaze told him he was standing on the precipice of destruction, a slip away from losing everything he thought he knew. And then, in a rush, Action remembered, memories of laughter shared with friends echoing in the back of his mind, the naive joy of youth before the weight of morality pressed down. But this memory felt distant, like a specter of a lost life, a reminder of innocence stripped away. In that heartbeat, Action realized he was not just an observer. He was entwined in a cosmic dance with fate, every action steeped in consequence. He wanted to run, to escape the intensity of her gaze that felt like 1,000 blades, but he was anchored, caught in the gravity of divinity. "Do you understand what you have done?" she breathed, and the fury in her voice sent a tremor through his soul. Action felt the ground shift beneath him, the world tilting at an impossible angle. He was drowning in the weight of his own desire, a desire that had led him here, to this moment of reckoning. The shadows whispered, and he could almost hear their laughter, mocking his foolishness. The forest was alive, a cacophony of warnings, yet he stood frozen, lost in the luminous storm that was Artemis. "I never meant to," he stammered, but the words disintegrated in the air, evaporating like mist. Her expression shifted, a flicker of something that felt nearly human, almost vulnerable. In that brief instant, he saw the burden she bore, the loneliness of a goddess, the fear that even the divine could be ensnared by the mundane. But then it was gone, replaced by the cold steel of resolve. "I will not be disrespected," she said, and the quiet strength in her voice shattered the space between them, echoing through the trees like an ancient bell tolling. The silence that followed was deafening, a moment suspended in time, thick with the weight of impending doom. Action felt his pulse quicken, a chaotic rhythm matching the turmoil within. This was no mere encounter, this was a collision of worlds, a cataclysm waiting to erupt. He had stumbled into a web spun from threads of fate, and each heartbeat pulled tighter. And just as the last shred of hope flickered within him, he saw it, the glint of her bow, the deadly elegance of her stance. In that instant, the world shrank to a point, a singularity of emotion that held the power to sweep him away. Shadows danced, the trees trembled, and he stood, a mere mortal, at the precipice of the unimaginable. Would he be consumed, or would he fight, even against the odds so insurmountable they felt unreal? In the end, he was left with only one certainty: this would not end well. As the moon hung above, a silent witness to the chaos below, it became clear that the night was pregnant with possibilities, yet each one was steeped in danger. The forest, once his sanctuary, had transformed into a stage of despair, and action, the unwitting protagonist, was about to confront the terrifying truth that some encounters are best left unmade. The forest was alive with whispering secrets, shadows dancing beneath the gnarled branches, thick like old lies. It was here, in this haunted expanse, that I found myself racing against the pounding of my own heart, each beat a frantic drum echoing an unrelenting dread. The wind sliced through the trees, a sharp reminder that nature was an orchestra, and I, merely a player, fumbling with my bow, lost among the notes. The scent of damp earth wrapped around me, but it was the metallic tang in the air that set my nerves alight, sending chills down my spine. I had hunted creatures before, swift and silent, but never had I felt the intensity of something greater than myself lurking just beyond the veil of the familiar. I remember the moment I stumbled upon her. The clearing opened up like a wound, the moonlight spilling silver across the ground as if nature itself wept in awe. And there she stood, a figure ethereal and haunting, a silhouette against the backdrop of pale luminescence. Her hair cascaded like dark water, pooling around her shoulders, glistening with a life of its own. The shadows clung to her, teasing at the edges of reality, and for a moment, I wondered if I had stepped from my own skin, if I was merely a ghost in this world. "Who are you?" I managed to croak, my voice a raw whisper, swallowed by the night. She turned, eyes like twin stars piercing through the dark. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to flee, yet I stood rooted in the earth, a tree that would not bend. Her gaze bore into me, unraveling the strands of my very soul, and in that instant, I felt every guilt, every failure, every heartache. I remembered the night spent alone, the hunt that had become my only companion, and I realized, this was not a mere encounter, this was an unveiling. "Do you fear me?" she asked, her voice smooth and melodic, wrapping around me like a lover's embrace. What a ridiculous question. She was a goddess, a creature of ancient stories, and I was nothing, a hunter, a thief of lives. But I didn't answer. Instead, I felt the weight of my own insignificance press down like a storm cloud. I had tracked animals through the thickest underbrush, had learned to silence my own breath, but here I was, with this divine truth glowing before me, and I could do nothing but tremble. "Fear is a choice," she whispered, stepping closer. The air shimmered with tension, a palpable awareness swirling like fog. "You choose to hunt, yet you do not understand what you seek." My heart raced, an untamed beast. Did the goddess know my thoughts, my deepest desires? I had hunted for pride, for survival, to fill the aching void left by those who departed. I had chased shadows and legends, yet here stood a living myth, breathing and radiant. "I am no monster," I replied, the words forcing their way through my clenched throat. "I seek only to survive." Her laughter rippled through the space between us, haunting and beautiful, like the sound of water over stones. "Survival can be a cage, you know. A gilded one, perhaps, but still a cage." As she spoke, memories flooded through me, fragments of a past I thought I had buried. My younger sister's laughter, so vibrant and alive, the way the sun poured over the fields, the day she fell ill, the day I lost her. Those shadows lingered still, dark ghosts refusing to fade, and here I was, confronted with the echoes of my choices, the weight of my survival pressing down like the night itself. And then, from the depths of my turmoil, a flicker of anger ignited. "You think you know me? You think you understand what I feel?" Her expression softened, a sorrowful smile breaking the tension. "I do not judge you, hunter. I know what it is to navigate the darkness, to feel the ache of loss. But do you truly wish to be defined by your scars?" I wanted to scream, no, I wanted to rage. I wanted to throw aside my bow, my only solace, and howl at the moon for every decision that had led me to this moment. Instead, I stood still, a marionette without strings, confronted with the goddess who saw through the armor I wore like a second skin. "Do you believe in redemption?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper now, as if the weight of the question might crush us both. And suddenly, I was back in that sterile hospital room, white walls closing in like the jaws of a predator. I could hear the shallow breaths of my sister, could see the flicker of hope extinguished too soon. I wanted to save her, I murmured, the words bubbling forth like a confession. I thought if I could hunt the darkness that took her, I could bring her back. Tears stung my eyes, and I felt her presence grow heavier still, a divine weight that grounded me. "You cannot hunt what is already lost," she replied softly, her hand reaching out as if to brush my cheek. The moment was electric, charged with 1,000 unspoken truths. "But you can honor what remains." The air shifted, and I could feel the tension snapping taut, ready to break. This was more than a meeting of a hunter and a goddess. This was a reckoning, an awakening of the parts of me I thought I had buried. In the depths of my loss, I felt the stirrings of hope, something fierce and terrifying, like the first breath after drowning. I remember, each word fell heavier, like stones dropped into a still pond, ripples stretching into the dark. I remember the hunt, the chase, the thrill of the kill. But now I see the beauty in the stillness, in what I have lost. The shadows around us flickered, and suddenly I was not just a hunter. I was a man standing at the precipice of understanding, a heart beating in sync with the universe, and for the first time, I felt alive. Yet, beneath it all, the tension coiled tighter. What would this truth cost me? Would I be brave enough to step into the light, to trade the thrill of the hunt for the uncertainty of healing? And as she stood before me, a goddess born of moonlight and mystery, I knew that this confrontation was only the beginning. The forest trembled with anticipation, and I could feel the universe itself holding its breath, waiting for the choices yet to unfold. In that moment, I realized we were entwined in time, two souls navigating the vast, uncharted cosmos of existence, and no matter how this would end, the shadows would remain, lingering, whispering secrets that would echo long after the night faded. The moon hung heavy in the dark sky, a ghostly specter watching over the chaos below. Each breath of the wind carried whispers, warnings, curses, or perhaps prayers. In that weighty silence, the forest shivered. Shadows stretched and twisted, alive with an energy that crackled like static electricity. This was the hour before consequences broke through the surface, a moment when time held its breath. I stood there, heart pounding, as the adrenaline coursed through me like wildfire. "Don't! Please!" The voice broke through the silence, desperate, raw. It was Clara, hands outstretched, fingers trembling like autumn leaves caught in a storm. Her eyes were wide, glistening with unshed tears, reflecting the silvery glow of the moon. She was everything I'd fought for and everything I was terrified of losing. But he was already moving, a silhouette against the dark, resolute, his jaw clenched tight. Marcus, the hunter, the bold one, the one who never backed down, not even in the face of the goddess's wrath. "She's watching," he said, voice low and steady, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "We don't have a choice." I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from whatever dark spell had gripped him, but the words died in my throat. A chill crept over me, a ghostly whisper that reminded me of the stories I'd heard as a child, tales of a goddess scorned, of her unyielding vengeance. Artemis. No one dared to invoke her name lightly, and here we were, standing at the edge of our own doom. "Please, Marcus!" Clara's voice cracked, desperation spilling over. The tension hung thick, heavy as the fog rolling in. "We can't just sacrifice everything to her. We can't." But he didn't answer. His eyes were lost, locked on the trees, as if he were searching for a hint of the goddess herself hiding in the shadows. The night felt alive, like it had ears and eyes, watching our every move. I caught a glimpse of movement, a flash of silver, something sleek and sinister weaving through the branches. My breath hitched. There she was, the manifestation of every fear, every dark thought. In my mind, I remembered the stories, how she hunted, how she always got what she wanted. The air turned electric, and I swore I could feel her gaze pierce through the darkness, a cold blade against my skin. "Do you want to see what she does to betrayers?" Marcus asked, voice a mere whisper now, trembling with a mix of fear and exhilaration. "Do you want to be a ghost in your own life? Do you want to live in shadows?" Clara trembled beside me, torn between the man she loved and the woman we feared. I felt her anguish like a physical weight. "This isn't you, Marcus," she pleaded. "You're better than this. We're better than this." The moon flickered behind dark clouds, and I could see the doubt creeping into his eyes. Just for a fleeting moment, a crack in his armor where humanity flickered like a candle about to go out. But then it hardened again, resolve returning like a storm after a lull. "Better," he scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "What have we done that is better? We've lived in the light while our shadows danced in the dark, begging for the goddess to look away. She's done with mercy. She wants retribution." The forest seemed to groan in response, branches creaking ominously. Clara's breath hitched, and I felt the weight of her despair settle in my gut. We were all trapped in a web of fate, spun by the hands of a goddess who loved only her own. "I remember," I began, voice trembling, recalling summers filled with laughter under sunlit skies, when we were just children, unburdened, believing in the good of the world. "I remember when we thought we were invincible. Before the shadows had faces." The words hung heavy in the air, a reminder of all we had lost. My heart raced, wild with the desperate need to save Clara from the darkness that threatened to engulf us. "Remember the river?" Clara whispered, desperation lacing her tone. "We used to think we could swim forever." I nodded, eyes stinging with emotion. The river of our youth flowed through my mind, sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. Those days felt like a dream now, far away and unattainable. But the river had turned, and now it raged with fury, carrying us toward a storm we couldn't outrun. Marcus turned away from us, shoulders tensed, a wall of resolve against the storm of emotion swirling around us. "We can't run from this. She will come for us. It's time to face her." The words hung there, a dark promise of confrontation. Fear wormed its way into my chest, twisting like a knife. "Face her? You think that's all we can do? You think she'll show mercy?" The moment shattered. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning, a reminder of the tempest gathering. Clara's breath quickened, panic tightening her throat. "What if we don't want to face her? What if we want to run?" But the woods whispered back their answer, deafening in their silence. There was no running from Artemis. As the shadows lengthened, intertwining with the fraying threads of our hope, I felt the chill of inevitability wrap around us like a shroud. This wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about choices, about the very essence of who we were. In that moment, I saw the flicker of doubt in Marcus's eyes, a glimmer of humanity still fighting against the tide of darkness. I reached for him, fingers grazing his arm, grounding us in the chaos. "We don't have to do this alone," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "Together, we'll find a way." But the shadows stirred, and the wind howled. Our fates were entwined with the goddess and the darkness, and as the night thickened, we were barreling toward a confrontation that would change everything. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the very sky conspired to smother the world. I stood in the center of the ancient courtyard, stone slick with rain, my heart racing like a trapped animal. The shadows flickered, long and stretching, as figures moved, specters of the past caught in a dance of despair. I could taste the iron tang of fear, sharp and metallic, clawing at the back of my throat. "Don't run!" A voice pierced the air, raw and urgent. It was Mara, her eyes wide, darting like candles in the wind. She was always the brave one, but now, the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "You don't understand." I could see her, a silhouette against the darkening twilight, arms outstretched, as if she could catch the ghosts that flitted between us. She was my sister, my tether to hope, yet here we stood on the edge of a precipice, the cursed land around us whispering its secrets. The weight of it bore down on my chest. This wasn't just a curse, it was a reckoning, a transformation that threatened to consume us whole. That day, the sky had turned a sickly yellow, clouds roiling like a cauldron about to boil over. I remember the way the townsfolk had gathered, faces drawn and pale, reluctant to acknowledge the shadows creeping into their lives. It wasn't just the blight on the crops or the sickness that carried through the market like a thief in the night. No, it was something darker, an unspoken dread. "It's your fault." A voice slashed through the air, and I turned to see my father, his face twisted in anguish. "You brought this upon us." His accusations hung heavy, a leaden weight pressing down, and I staggered back, stunned. I could feel rage bubbling up, but it faltered beneath the sorrow etched in his features. He was lost, unraveling at the seams, and I was the thread that held him together or tore him apart. "Stop it!" I shouted, my voice hoarse. "We're all trapped here. Don't you see?" But he wouldn't, his grief had morphed into wrath, and I was the scapegoat. And there was Mara, my anchor, always too close to the fire, a moth drawn to the flames. "We need to leave," she whispered, but I could see the fear behind her bravado. We were caught in a loop, a cycle of despair that kept tightening around us like a noose. The ground rumbled beneath our feet, a prophecy of destruction. Shadows danced across the stones like memories I couldn't grasp. "The curse is all around us," I murmured, more to myself than to them, feeling the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of something ancient and monstrous. "Shut up," my father spat, and I flinched at the venom in his words, as if they held the power to cut through bone. Mara's fingers found mine, cold and trembling. "We will break it," she vowed, desperation lacing her voice. I wanted to believe her, yet doubt gnawed at my insides. If curses could be broken, why were we still trapped in this eternal twilight, shadows chasing us as we fled? I remember the stories we used to tell as children about the transformation of the cursed, how they would rise as something new, twisted yet powerful. But what if there was no rising? What if this was all we were destined to be? Spectres of a dream gone wrong, echoes of laughter warped into cries. As night descended, the courtyard pulsed with life, an orchestra of unseen forces, each note a reminder of our brokenness. I could feel the walls closing in, the city around us a labyrinth of despair. The whispers rose like smoke, curling around me, suffocating me. "You cannot escape," they sang, a dirge laced with cruel laughter. Mara squeezed my hand tighter, her resolve flickering like a candle in a storm. "We have to confront it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We can't let it take us." My heart pounded, echoing in my ears. Confrontation, would it mean liberation or annihilation? I could see the fear in her eyes, mirrored in my own. We were on the brink, two souls teetering on the edge of a chasm that begged us to leap. What if we don't survive? I breathed, the thought hanging between us like a guillotine. Her gaze held mine, fierce and unwavering. "Then we fight for what's left of us." The shadows twisted and writhed, a tempest of fury, and the ground shook, echoing the turmoil within our hearts. We stood, united against the darkness, but I could feel the tremors of doubt creeping in. What if the curse was not just around us but within us? What if we were the vessels of our own destruction? Then it happened, a sudden rush of cold, a darkness more profound than any night. A voice, like thunder, echoed through the courtyard, primal and unyielding. "You tread where the sun has forgotten to shine." I fell to my knees, overwhelmed. Mara pulled me up, her strength igniting a flicker of defiance. "We are not afraid," she screamed, a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. But fear still clung to me, sticky and suffocating. I remembered my dreams, the visions that haunted my sleep, the curse transforming us, twisting our very essence into something unrecognizable. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of the past clawing at my sanity. And then, in that moment of despair, I realized the curse was not a monster to be slain, but a mirror reflecting our deepest fears, our darkest truths. We were the architects of our own transformation, the ones who could choose to break free or succumb to the shadows. Together, I whispered, the word a fragile promise, yet powerful enough to shake the very foundations of our despair. Mara nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, determination etched into her features. The night was still, the air charged with electric anticipation. I could feel the world holding its breath, time suspended, a cosmic countdown to an inevitable collision. In that silence, we stood on the precipice, waiting for the first crack of dawn to illuminate the shadows we had fought so hard to escape. A transformation awaited us, not merely of flesh and bone, but of spirit and soul. And as the first light began to bleed into the darkness, I understood the meaning of the curse. It was not the end, but a beginning cloaked in pain and sacrifice, a rebirth that would echo through the annals of our lives. We were ready, standing on the edge of a new horizon, hearts entwined, ready to face whatever awaited us on the other side. The curse had become our compass, leading us toward our truth, an unsettling but beautiful metamorphosis. The night was far from over, but the dawn was near, and we would not face it alone. The night is thick with silence, an unnatural stillness that wraps around the forest like a choking fog. The air is heavy, pregnant with dread, and in this suffocating void, every sound becomes a heartbeat, an echo that reverberates through the shadows. I can feel it, the pulse of the night, a warning that is both alluring and terrifying. Somewhere in the distance, the soft rustling of leaves whispers secrets only the brave dare to hear. I remember the moon, a frail sliver of silver, hanging in the sky like a forgotten coin, glimmering with an unsettling promise. My breath catches, suspended in the chill that seeps through the trees, and I wonder if fear can be beautiful. This isn't just a hunt, it's something darker, something that gnaws at the edges of my sanity. I am action, the hunter, driven by a need that gnaws at my insides. The thrill of the chase, the intoxicating rush of adrenaline, it fills me, makes me feel alive. But tonight, amid the shadows, I am acutely aware that every heartbeat is a countdown. What hunts, and what becomes prey? The question circles in my mind like a wolf around its quarry. Then I see her, the glimmer of white fur, like a spectre in the dark. Diana. Goddess of the hunt, of the wild, of the untamed. She moves with a grace that could steal your breath, and as I step closer, the damp earth crunches beneath my feet, shattering the stillness. The collision of my presence with her purity feels wrong, yet here I am, a moth drawn to a flame. I remember my brother, Theseus, always laughing with me, always pulling me back from the brink. Action, you fool, he'd say, his laughter rolling like thunder through a summer storm. You think you're invincible. But life is a dance with shadows. You'll regret the steps you take in the dark. I brush that memory aside, but it lingers like smoke in the air. Diana pauses, her gaze piercing through the twilight. The air thickens with tension, and I can feel the weight of her judgment, a silver arrow aimed straight at my heart. It's as if she recognizes the dark hunger within me, the insatiable desire to conquer, to possess everything and everyone. I am no longer the hunter, I am a man lost in his own labyrinth of ambition. The night shifts suddenly. The shadows twist, and I hear them, the hounds. They come like a storm, like thunder cracking through the sky. Their howls pierce the silence, guttural and primal, echoing through the trees. Fear grips my heart, icy fingers tightening around my throat. I should run. I should flee their wrath, but the thrill of danger pulses through me, intoxicating and maddening. I remember stories whispered around campfires, tales of hunters devoured by their own greed, of men trapped in the very snares they set. But those stories were for the weak, for those who didn't dare to claim their power. Yet here I stand, trembling, staring into the abyss. What if, in my arrogance, I have become a pawn in a game far greater than myself? And there's Theseus again, ghostly in my mind, a reminder of a brother lost to ambition, swallowed by the very darkness he sought to conquer. I hear him whisper, "You can't outrun your own fate." The hounds are close now, their breath hot on my neck. I can almost feel their fangs, sharp and glistening in the moonlight, hungry for the scent of my fear. I'm no longer the hunter but a shadow of my own making, trapped in a maze of my desires. The reality crashes over me tonight, the lines blur, and I am the prey. Diana stands poised, a statue of rage and beauty, as the hounds draw near. She is both a guardian and an executioner, a dark mirror to my own soul. Her eyes blaze with fury and betrayal. You dare to enter my realm, Action? You thought you could claim the wild, possess the untamable. Her voice is a storm, echoing through the trees, shaking the very ground beneath my feet. I remember the warmth of the fire, the cheerful faces of those who'd gathered to hear of my hunts, of my victories. But what is victory without honor? What is conquest without respect for the very essence of life? I am lost, a sailor adrift in a sea of shadows. The hounds are upon me, a wave of darkness, and the night erupts into chaos. I feel the ground tremble with their fury, and I run, my heart racing in tandem with the pounding of my feet against the earth. The trees become a blur, a cacophony of branches and leaves, and I grasp at the vestiges of my sanity, trying to remember who I was before this moment. Run! Action! My brother's voice rings out, a haunting echo that spurs me forward. But the hounds are relentless. I can see their eyes gleaming with hunger, their bodies fueled by rage. They are the embodiment of my darkest fears, the monsters I have unleashed upon myself. I remember the quiet moments, the laughter that once filled my life, the simplicity of existence before this madness. But it all feels like a distant memory, fading into the abyss as I am consumed by the night. The chase spirals into madness, an unending loop of fear and exhilaration. I am back in the forest, the cold biting at my skin, the shadows whispering their secrets. I am both hunter and hunted, a paradox with no resolution. The moon watches silently, a witness to my downfall, and I feel the weight of time, heavy like a clock ticking down to my last breath. And as the hounds close in, their howls harmonizing with the beating of my heart, I realize this is not an end, but a beginning. I am trapped in a cycle, a relentless spiral of desire and consequence, and there is no escape. In this darkness, I am not merely running from death, I am racing toward a truth that feels as ancient as the stars. The night is alive, the forest breathing with my terror, and as I plunge deeper into this abyss, I understand that the hunt has only just begun. The air was thick with dread, a palpable tension that pressed down on the shoulders like a shroud. In the flickering light of the dying fireplace, shadows danced, twisting and curling like the secrets that clung to the walls. A scream shattered the silence, raw and piercing, erupting from the depths of despair. It was a sound that tore through the flimsy veil of normality, echoing against the stone, reverberating through the very bones of the house. Carla stood there, frozen, every heartbeat a thunderclap of guilt and fear. She had come here seeking solace, seeking answers, but instead, she found herself entangled in a web of curses that seemed to taunt her from every corner. The photographs on the mantelpiece, once memories of happier times, now leered at her like specters, each frame a reminder of what had been lost. She could almost hear their whispers, echoing tales of betrayal, of love turned to ash. I remember, she breathed, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. I remember when laughter filled this house. She could still see her brother's face lighting up, joy spilling over like sunlight through the windows. But then, darkness had slithered in, subtle at first, like a soft breeze, and then it coiled around their lives, constricting, suffocating. She could feel it now, that old familiar grip, and she shuddered. Across the room, Lucas watched her, his expression a blend of sorrow and anger. He felt it too, the weight of the curse that had followed them for years, gnawing at their hearts like a relentless tide. "You can't keep running from this, Carla," he said, his voice low yet urgent, thick with emotion. "You have to face it. The past won't let us go until we confront it." "Face what?" she snapped, her voice quaking. "Face the truth that we were cursed? That our lives were a cruel joke played by fate? You think I want to? I can't afford the price it demands." In that moment, she felt the churning storm inside her, a tumult of memories, each one a ghost of a choice unmade, a path untaken. She was trapped in a labyrinth of regret, and the walls were closing in. She turned away from Lucas, unable to bear the weight of his gaze, his eyes, dark pools of understanding mixed with frustration. But then, a soft shuffle broke the tension. From the shadows emerged Julian, their childhood friend, his face pale as moonlight, haunted by his own demons. "You both think you're so special," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, carrying the weight of years spent grappling with his own demons. "But curses don't discriminate. They cling to everyone, like shadows to the light. You want to know what it feels like? To feel the chains of regret binding you, day after day? I know. I am it." His words hung heavy in the air, a dark promise intertwining with their fears. Carla felt a shiver creep down her spine. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice trembling, the flicker of a candle casting his features in sharp relief. Julian stepped closer, and for a moment, she saw the boy she had once known, the one who had laughed with them under the stars, who had shared dreams of glory and happiness. but then the shadows swallowed him whole, his eyes reflecting a storm of anguish. Every choice, every mistake, every moment we let slip away, they haunt us. They whisper in our ears, reminding us of our failures. Carla clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. You think I don't know that? I dragged my brother into this. I should have done something. I should have saved him. Save him? Lucas interjected, frustration boiling over. You think this is just about him? What about us? What about *******? You can't keep blaming yourself. The intensity of the moment pierced through her defenses. She could feel the walls of her composure crumbling, the floodgates threatening to burst. But stop, Julian cut in, his voice sharp, slicing through the thick fog of emotion. You have to stop. This curse is not just yours. It's ours. We all carry it. Together. His words resonated deep within her, igniting a flicker of hope in the desolate hollows of her heart. Perhaps there was strength in solidarity, perhaps there was a way to break the chains that bound them. She looked at Lucas, then back at Julian, searching their faces for any sign of reassurance. Maybe, she hesitated, the words heavy on her tongue, maybe we can find a way to lift it. If we face it together. But the shadows twisted, mocking her resolve, reminding her that hope often leads to despair. We can try, Lucas said softly, the weight of his gaze steadying her trembling heart. But we must confront the truth, the ugly, horrifying truth, and that's where the real fight begins. As they stood together, the flickering flames casting long, wavering shadows across the walls, Carla felt the air grow thicker, heavier with the weight of their unspoken fears. There was a confrontation brewing, a reckoning waiting just beyond the horizon, and with it, the realization that they were not merely facing a curse, they were battling the very essence of their souls. The clock chimed, a deep, resonating sound that echoed through the room, marking the passing time with an ominous toll. Each chime struck a chord of urgency, a reminder of the fleeting moments they had lost, the lives they had lived under the oppressive shroud of their shared curse. I remember, Carla whispered again, her voice a soft lament, a spark of defiance igniting within the darkness. I remember when we were whole. When laughter filled the air. And in that echo, she felt the stirrings of something powerful, a rush of determination mingled with the sorrow of the past. They could unravel the curse, piece by piece, shadow by shadow. Together they would confront the specters that haunted them, for every curse carried within it the seed of redemption. As the shadows danced and the flames flickered, they stood united, the weight of their burdens shared, a triangle of strength forged in the fires of sorrow and hope. The night was far from over, the confrontation still looming, but for the first time, they faced it together, ready to wrestle with the demons that lurked in the dark. And so, under the oppressive weight of their fears and the flickering glow of the fire, the reckoning began, the story unfurling into the night, a tale of curses woven with threads of resilience, where every heartbeat echoed with the promise of a new dawn. The thunder rolled low, rumbling through the trees, a warning that trembled the very air. Action stood in the clearing, the forest cloaked in shadow, his heart thrumming like the wings of a trapped bird. He didn't know what he had stumbled upon, only that the shimmering water pool at his feet was an oasis of secrets. He had come seeking solitude, a moment to breathe away from the clamor of men, but here, in this sacred space, the chill of awareness brushed against his skin. I remember the silence that enveloped him, a heavy blanket, thick with the weight of something unspoken. The forest had a pulse, it beat with the rhythm of life and death. With every step deeper into the thicket, thick branches clawed at him, whispering of old sins, old gods. He could feel them watching, hidden in the twisted bark and the gnarled roots. It was intoxicating, this dance with danger, and yet the thrill turned sour in his gut as he brushed his hands against the water's edge. The surface rippled, a low murmur that echoed back his own arrogance. Diana. The name flared in his mind, a fire igniting the coolness around him. The goddess, radiant and fierce, a huntress who could split the night with a single arrow. He remembered the way her laughter sliced through his bravado, the way he had boasted of his skill, belittled her prowess. I could hunt better than you, he had said, each word a brick upon the wall of hubris he had built around himself. But in that moment, standing before the water, he felt the gravity of those words. "Look at me!" I had cried, and those echoes of my own taunts rang like a bell in the hollow of his chest. Every fiber of his being screamed that he was being watched, not just by the trees, but by something far more dangerous. Something divine. And then he saw her. The water shimmered, and there she was, emerging from the depths, a vision of grace and fury. Her hair wove with strands of light, her eyes like molten silver. The air thickened, charged with terror and awe. I felt it, the beauty, the power, the raw, palpable fear. It was a split second, yet each heartbeat stretched into eternity. Full, her voice echoed, a haunting melody laced with disdain. "You dare to gaze upon me?" Pride wrapped around him like chains, heavy and unyielding. "I meant no disrespect." The words tumbled out, desperate and shaky. He wanted to take them back, wanted to swallow his arrogance whole, but it was too late. The universe had ears, and the gods had teeth. The stillness shattered with the sound of her fury, the water roiling like a storm. I remember the taste of fear, bitter like ash on my tongue. She became a tempest, rage binding her like a cloak, and he was but a moth drawn to the flame of his own folly. Action felt the weight of her gaze, a searing heat that branded him. "You should have respected the hunt," she spat, each word dripping with venomous beauty. But where the power of the huntress shone, there was also a flicker of sorrow, a hint of something deeper lurking beneath her surface. Diana had dreams too, dreams of being seen, of being understood beyond the divine. I sensed it, a haunting loneliness wrapped in her anger, and I wondered if her rage was not just for herself, but for all the time she had been overlooked, belittled, reduced to a mere figure in a man's story. And then there was Orithia, her heart caught in a web of betrayal. A childhood friend, once bound by laughter and shared secrets, now stood in the wings, heartbroken and torn. She had watched as Action's pride pushed him into darkness, felt the tremors of her own helplessness. This was not the man she knew, he had become a caricature of himself, a hunter lost in a wild chase for validation. Why, Action? The question hung in the air, a ghost drifting through the trees. Her voice trembled, a fragile echo of belief. Why did you have to taunt the goddess? Why couldn't you just let it go? He wanted to scream, to tell her he was more than this moment, more than a fool lost in ego. But the words broke against his tongue, shattering into shards of regret. With every heartbeat, he felt the forest closing in, shadows looming like specters, waiting for retribution. The water surged violently, pulling him toward the dark depths. "No," he gasped, panic clawing at his throat. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," but there was no time for redemption, no room for apologies in the face of pride. The world around him twisted, the very fabric of his existence unraveling. In that moment, he understood, hubris was a beast that feasted on the hearts of men, and he was its willing prey. The intensity wrapped around them all, Diana's fury, Action's fear, Orithia's sorrow. Each emotion intertwined, a braided tapestry of despair and regret, whispering the truth that pride comes before the fall, that the gods do not take lightly those who dare to challenge their might. And as the shadows deepened, the forest became a cacophony, an orchestra of sighs and gasps, a testament to the consequences of hubris. The echoes of their heartbeats became a drum, rising to a fever pitch, drowning out every rational thought. I remember the reckoning, the moment where arrogance met fate. It felt like an eternity, yet it was a breath, it was everything and nothing. And in that suspended moment, Action became the embodiment of every prideful soul, every voice that dared to speak louder than the whispers of the divine. In a flash, the world split open, and the shadows swept him away, leaving only the chilling sound of laughter that echoed through the trees, a haunting reminder that in the dance with pride, the gods always have the last word. The howl of the wind cut through the night, a sound more animal than elemental, a fierce cry that vibrated through the bones of the trees. I stood there, heart pounding, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something primal, something alive. Shadows danced between the trunks, flickering with a life of their own, and I could feel them watching, waiting. It was here, in this wilderness, that nature became a character, an entity with its own will, its own hunger. The moon hung low, a silver eye glaring down, drenching everything in ghostly light. I could see her, Mara, lost among the ferns, her silhouette taut with tension. Her breath came in quick bursts, a frightened rabbit cornered by a wolf. She had always been the heart, the soul of our ragtag trio, but tonight she felt a million miles away, a creature of instinct rather than reason. I remembered the way she used to laugh, how her joy could light up the darkest corners of the forest, but now all that remained was fear. A fear that gripped her tightly, strangling the laughter until it faded into the rustle of leaves. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, voice trembling, eyes wide with an unspeakable dread. I nodded, but the words died in my throat. What could I say? The wilderness had awoken, and it was hungry. The trees seemed to lean closer, their gnarled limbs reaching out like skeletal fingers, eager to claim what lay beneath their shadows. And then there was Eli, my brother, a tempest trapped in human skin. I caught him in the corner of my eye, pacing like a lion in a cage, teeth clenched, fists balled at his sides. His anger was a wildfire, fierce and consuming, aimed not at the forest but at the world that had shaped us, a world that took our mother and left us with ghosts. The wilderness had always been his refuge, the place where he could scream without being heard. But tonight, it felt like a prison. Tonight, it felt like a trap. "I won't let it take you," he said, voice rough, edged with a desperation that clawed at my heart. I wanted to reach out to him, to tell him that I was still here, still fighting. But the truth was, I was terrified of what lay beyond the trees, the darkness that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I could feel its breath on my neck, could sense the unseen eyes watching us from within the embrace of the woods. Mara stepped back, feet shuffling against the underbrush, every movement steeped in a quiet panic. "We should go back. This isn't safe." Her words hung in the air, heavy with a truth that felt like a stone sinking in my stomach. The thought of retreat was a bitter pill, one I didn't want to swallow. But as the wind howled again, a haunting lament, I wondered if there was a way back at all. In that moment, the wilderness felt alive, its whispers curling around us like smoke. It held stories of those who had come before, of heartbeats lost to the rhythm of the earth, a chorus of souls swallowed by shadows. I remembered the tales my father used to tell, the ancient myths that painted the forest as a guardian or a monster, a wild beast that demanded respect, that thrived on fear. But all of those stories had faded into the background. Now, they were our reality. The piercing cry of an owl echoed above, sending a tremor through Mara. She flinched, eyes darting toward the treetops, where the moonlight cast eerie shapes against the night sky, branches twisting into grotesque figures. "What if we're not alone?" she breathed, her words barely a whisper, but they struck like lightning. The thought of unseen predators lurking behind the trees filled the air with dread. Eli's anger surfaced, a fierce anger against the very forest that had once been our home. "We can't let it intimidate us. We're stronger than this." His voice cracked, the bravado unraveling. I knew the truth hidden beneath his bravado, how many nights he had spent alone beneath the stars, raging against the vastness of the universe that had taken so much from us. It terrified him, and yet he sought solace in the very wild that now threatened to devour us. I wanted to scream, to let the agony of our existence spill out into the ether, to shake the trees until they relinquished their secrets. But all I could do was watch as the darkness settled in, weaving through the foliage, wrapping around us like a shroud. The forest had become a labyrinth, each path twisting and turning, leading us deeper into a void where hope felt like a distant memory. Time warped. The haunting cry of the owl was a clock ticking down, each sound echoing the inevitability of our fate. I felt the weight of history pressing down on my chest, filled with all the moments we had lost and all the moments that could still slip away. I remembered our childhood, bare feet on warm earth, laughter ringing like bells, the thrill of discovery. But those days felt like a dream, a mirage lost in the vast expanse of the wilderness. The trees, like ancient sentinels, leaned closer, their bark rough and unyielding, whispering secrets too old for human ears. The forest wasn't just a backdrop, it was a force, a wild, untamed entity that responded to our fears and desires, wrapping us in its embrace and squeezing tighter with every breath. "Do you believe in ghosts?" I asked, the words spilling out before I could contain them. Mara's eyes widened, and Eli threw me a questioning glance. "Because I do. I feel them here, In the air, in the shadows, I continued, urgency bleeding into my voice. This place holds everything we've lost, everything we buried deep inside. It's angry, and it wants us to remember. The wind howled again, a chorus of mournful spirits, and we stood there, hearts racing, caught in the web of what was and what could be. And even as fear clutched at our throats, even as the wilderness wrapped around us like a tightening noose, I knew, deep down, I wouldn't trade the madness of this moment for anything. The forest pulsed, alive with a heartbeat that mirrored my own. We were a part of it now, lost, tangled in its embrace, and as the shadows deepened, I could feel the weight of our choices pressing down on us, pushing us toward a reckoning that was inevitable. The wilderness was more than a stage, it was a character, a living, breathing entity, and we were about to pay the price for our trespass. The clock struck 13, a sound like a funeral bell echoing in the stillness, a warning whispered through the cracked walls of a crumbling house. Night swallowed the sky, and shadows crept like memories ready to consume the living. Inside the dimly lit room, Ava clutched her grandmother's locket, the cold metal biting into her palm. It was supposed to be a token of love, but tonight it felt like a chain, binding her to a fate she could not escape. "I can't do this," she murmured, her voice trembling, words caught in the throats of ghosts that swirled around her. The floorboards groaned in response, as if the house itself sympathized with her dread. It had seen too much, held too many secrets, the kind that left scars on those foolish enough to listen. "Stop whining and face it, Ava," Alex said, his voice sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, the weight of his own regrets hanging heavy on his shoulders. His brown eyes flickered with defiance, but beneath that bravado lay the fissures of fear. "We can't keep running from our past." "But what if the past is a monster waiting to devour you whole?" She wanted to scream, wanted to tear the locket from her neck and cast it into the abyss. "You don't understand," she said, voice low, nearly breaking. "You don't know what's at stake." The candle flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced around them, taunting their plight. Memories surged, twisted, pulling at her heart. She remembered her father's laughter, the warmth of summer days, the careless joy of childhood, before the shadows came. They had taken him. They had taken everything. "Do you remember the night we swore we would never let them get to us?" Alex's voice was softer now, almost a whisper. He stepped closer, the unmistakable scent of rain-soaked earth clinging to him. "That we would fight back." Ava's breath hitched, her heart pounding like a war drum. Yes, she remembered. She remembered the way the stars felt like hope, how they had vowed to conquer the darkness together, two warriors against the unknown. But that night was long gone, swallowed whole by the relentless tide of time. And now, all that remained were echoes, haunting, painful whispers that clawed at her soul. "We can't win," she said, almost pleading, eyes wide with the realization that wrapped around her throat like a noose. "The more we push, the more they'll come for us. They're always there, lurking in the shadows." No, his voice was fierce, unyielding. "We cannot let fear dictate our lives." He reached for her, fingers brushing against her cheek, a fleeting touch that sent shivers down her spine. "You have to trust me, Ava. We can break the cycle. Break the cycle." The words hung in the air like a shattered glass, jagged pieces reflecting a million possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. In that moment, Ava felt a torrent of anger surge within her, a fierce tempest that threatened to unseat her very being. "You think it's that easy? You don't know what they've done, what they're capable of." His face fell, the raw emotion darkening his features. "And you think hiding will save us? It won't. The shadows will always find a way." The tension in the room thickened, palpable and suffocating, and she could feel the walls closing in, the air turning stale. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, a reminder that they were not alone. The world was a cruel master, and fate, a relentless foe. A flicker of movement caught Ava's eye, a shadow darting past the window, a fleeting glimpse of something sinister lurking just beyond the veil of night. Her heart raced, pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "Did you see that?" she gasped, a shiver running down her spine, fingers tightening around the locket once more. Alex's expression darkened, eyes narrowing as he turned toward the window. We have to go. Now. But where could they run? The very ground beneath their feet felt cursed, rooted in anguish, echoing the cries of their ancestors who had faced their own demons. Ava felt it, the weight of history pressing down, chains forged by sorrow tightening around her heart, squeezing until she could hardly breathe. As they moved toward the door, a chill swept through the room, a frigid breath of despair that sent dread curling around her throat. She could almost hear the whispers, the voices of the past clawing at her sanity. You can't escape, they taunted. You are forever bound to the fate that awaits you. And then, the shadows coalesced, swirling around them like dark tendrils suffocating the light. They emerged, figures born of nightmares, their hollow eyes glinting with a hunger that made her stomach churn. A scream clawed at Ava's throat, but it wouldn't come. Time fractured, moments scattered like leaves caught in a storm. Run! Alex shouted, shoving her toward the door, but the shadows blocked their way, a wall of despair and regret. She could feel the darkness reaching for her, fingers of cold wrapping around her ankles, pulling her down into an abyss where no light could penetrate. Every heartbeat pounded in her ears, the rhythm of impending doom, the relentless march of fate closing in. She thought of her father, of the warmth of the sun on her skin, of laughter that had once filled this house. All of it felt like a distant dream, fading like smoke in the wind. Fight! Fight with me, Ava! Alex's voice broke through the chaos, desperation woven into every syllable. She looked at him, saw the determination etched into his features, the raw vulnerability, and she felt an ember flicker within her, a tiny spark in the encroaching darkness. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, grasping his hand, and together they charged into the unknown, hearts pounding as they collided with the shadows. They became a whirlwind of defiance, a tempest of raw emotion, fear, anger, love, all intertwined in a dance of desperation. But the shadows whispered, relentless in their pursuit, clawing at their heels, reminding them of the inescapable truth: some fates are written in the stars, and no matter how hard they fought, the darkness would always be waiting. In that moment, suspended between hope and despair, they knew they were not just fleeing their fate, they were facing it head-on, a confrontation that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Time twisted around them, a vortex pulling them deeper into the abyss, where every heartbeat echoed the question: would they withstand the storm, or would they be consumed by the very darkness they sought to escape? A howl sliced through the air, raw and primal, ripping apart the tense silence that had cocooned the night. I stood on the edge of the clearing, breathless, heart racing. It was the kind of sound that burrowed under the skin, setting every nerve alight with dread. In the heart of the forest, shadows twisted and danced, and somewhere, just out of sight, the chase had begun. I remember the moonlight, cold and unforgiving, pooling like spilled ink on the forest floor. I was not alone. There was Leo, his eyes wide, darting around, searching for a phantom, a glimpse of salvation or doom. His fingers trembled, not from the chill but from the weight of the moment, heavy with unspoken fears. We shouldn't be here, he whispered, but the words felt hollow, echoes of a truth that gnawed at our souls. But me? I was anchored to this nightmare. There was a thrill in the chaos, a sickening pull, as if the forest itself was baiting me, daring me to move. The thrill of being hunted, of being alive in that very instant, a heartbeat away from destruction. It was intoxicating. I remember feeling every pulse of life around me, in the rustle of the leaves, the distant crack of a branch, the unnatural stillness that lay between. And then there was her, Celeste, standing resolute despite the fear that danced in her chest. She was a flicker of defiance against the tide of despair washing over us. Don't forget why we're here, she said, voice low but steady. We need to find the truth. But to what end? Truth could be a bitter poison, and I felt the weight of our choices pressed down like lead. The moon hung high, indifferent to our plight, a silent witness to our impending doom. I could barely breathe as I thought of action, the myth swirling in my mind, how the hunter became the hunted, a tragic twist of fate he never saw coming. Was it fate, or folly that had led us here? I remembered the warnings, whispers in taverns, the way the villagers spoke of the cursed woods. Don't go after the beasts. They will devour you whole. But consuming me was the unknown. What would it feel like to be caught? To have a power greater than my own claiming me? There was something mesmerizing about that thought, an allure I couldn't shake. I felt Leo shift beside me, his anxiety palpable. "I can't do this, not anymore," he said, voice cracking, and I knew in that moment he was fighting not just against the monsters of the night but against the specters of his own mind. "Stay," I urged, and my voice sounded foreign, almost desperate. "You can't turn back now." But the tremor in his hands told a different story, one I feared would end before it ever truly began. There was a rustle beyond the trees, something sleek and sinuous, slithering through the underbrush. My heart leaped into my throat. "Celeste," I breathed, and she turned, eyes sharp as knives. "Ready?" The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. What did ready even mean in a world where chaos ruled? The shadows deepened, coiling around us like a predator's embrace. There was a crack, sharp and sudden, the sound of branches snapping underfoot. We were not alone. In that moment, time warped around us, each second stretched, a taut violin string ready to snap. The chase had begun. I felt it in my bones, the tremor of inevitability, the electric pulse of fear and exhilaration racing through me. "Run!" Celeste screamed, and we moved, not thinking, just reacting, crashing through the undergrowth, branches clawing at our limbs. My heart thundered like a war drum, a primal rhythm that pushed me forward even as my mind screamed to stop, to hide. But there was no hiding in this dark labyrinth, it would swallow us whole. Behind us, the howls grew closer, a chilling chorus echoing through the trees. I remember glancing back, catching a glimpse of eyes glimmering with hunger, feral and wild. They weren't just chasing us, they were reveling in the hunt, and we were the prey. Each footfall thundered in my ears, but I could feel my resolve faltering. "Leo!" I yelled, my voice cracking with urgency. "Stay close!" And in that instant, I felt the pull of the past, the memory of laughter shared over mugs of ale, dreams spun in the glow of the firelight. He was more than just a friend, he was my anchor in a world that threatened to drown us. But fear twisted the air, thick and suffocating, and I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of self-doubt. "I can't," he cried out, and I could feel the tears pooling in my throat, choking me. "I can't do this anymore." His words struck me like a dagger, and I could feel the ache of desperation. I remembered the late nights, the way he had spoken of dreams, of escaping this cursed fate, but now it was all slipping away, and I was powerless to stop it. Celeste surged ahead, her form a blur, more spirit than flesh, and I knew I had to follow. Gripping the threads of my determination, I pushed past Leo, to where the distance between us felt like a chasm opening wide. "We have to go!" But I could feel the shadows closing in, their breath hot on my heels. There was a terrible weight to this moment, a realization that whatever chased us was hungry for more than just our lives, it craved our very essence. The forest thickened around us, a maze of twisted roots and serpentine branches, but still, we ran. I remember the sounds, the snap of twigs, the rustling leaves, the low growl that seemed to echo in the very marrow of my bones. It was a cacophony of primal fear, and I was drowning in it, the weight of the night pressing down like a leaden shroud. Every heartbeat drummed the rhythm of our inevitable confrontation, a primal symphony of dread as we pushed deeper into the dark. There was no turning back now. The chase had begun, and the night was hungry for blood. I could only hope we wouldn't be its next meal. The moon hung low, casting a pale glow over the desolate landscape, the air thick with tension, as if the world itself held its breath. In the distance, a howl pierced the silence, raw, primal, echoing off the crumbling stones of the old castle. I remember how it clawed at my insides, a sound that sent shivers racing up my spine. It was a warning, an omen, the kind that stirs a deep, ancestral fear. But fear is a strange companion, it drives you to the brink, makes you feel alive in the face of death. I stood there, heart racing, grounded in dread, my dark-haired sister, Ilara, beside me. Her eyes, wide and haunted, flickered between the shadows that danced in the moonlight. We had chased this beast into the night, not knowing what we'd find. Loyalty had led us here, a loyalty to our father, to his legacy, to the promise of the hounds. Yet that loyalty now felt like a heavy chain, pulling us toward a fate we couldn't see. "Are you ready?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. I forced a nod, though my throat felt tight, words catching like fish in a net. I remembered the tales, the old stories woven into our family's fabric, the hounds, fierce protectors, their loyalty unwavering. But loyalty is a double-edged sword, and we were about to learn its sharpest edge. The rustle of the underbrush caught my attention. Footsteps, too quiet, too deliberate. My heart thudded, a drumbeat of impending doom. "Elara," I breathed, but she was already moving forward, her instinct sharper than mine, the ghost of bravery lifting her chin. I could see the fear dancing in her eyes, but also a flicker of something else, resolve. We stepped into the clearing, where shadows pooled like spilled ink. The air thickened, charged. And then, we saw them. A pack of hounds, their eyes glowing like embers, muscles coiled under sleek fur, ready to pounce. They were magnificent, terrifying, a living embodiment of our father's dreams. Yet, there was something wrong, something in the way they stared at us, as if questioning our worth, weighing our blood against their loyalty. The alpha emerged, his stance proud yet weary. I recognized the glint of recognition mixed with something darker, a betrayal buried deep in the loyalty of his kind. I remember thinking how the moonlight caught his gaze, revealing the sharpness of his fangs, the twitch of his ears, an echo of my father's face, a ghost of the man we once knew. "Elara," I murmured, but the sound was lost in the weight of the moment, drowned beneath the urgency of what was unfolding. Her hand tightened around mine, fingers weaving together like roots struggling for purchase in rocky soil. "Stay close," she whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying her courage. The pack surged forward, a wave of fur and fangs that crashed against the shore of our resolve. My pulse quickened, thundering in my ears like a battle cry. I remember the heat of Elara's hand, the way it slipped from mine in the chaos, her scream a tapestry of fear and defiance as the alpha lunged. In that heartbeat, everything shifted. Their loyalty was not to us but to the land, to the memory of our father, a man who had broken promises without knowing. I was rooted, paralyzed by the tragic irony of it all, how love twisted into loyalty, and loyalty turned to betrayal. I could feel the ground trembling beneath my feet, could see the hound's shadows stretching, distorting, a cruel mockery of the bonds we once held dear. And then, amidst the chaos, I saw her. Elara, caught in the jaws of that fierce loyalty, a creature of fury and grace. "No!" I screamed, lunging forward, but time had stilled. The clash of teeth and fur turned into a macabre dance, a ballet of desperation and sorrow. I remember the anguish burning in my throat, the way it clawed at my insides, a living wound that refused to heal. Yet, even as I fought to reach her, I understood the truth. The hounds were not merely beasts, they were guardians of a legacy, bound by a loyalty that twisted into a noose, ensnaring us all. I could see it in their eyes, a glimmer of recognition, of a past that tied us together in a tapestry woven with blood and betrayal. The alpha's gaze pierced through the chaos, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the weight of his loyalty shift, felt the pulse of something deeper, something eternal. He was not just a beast, he was a keeper of our father's secrets, a sentinel over a legacy tarnished by human hands. And there, in that moment, I understood. I understood the tragic irony coursing through our veins, the price of loyalty, the price of love. "Elara!" My voice shattered through the air, but it was too late. The shadows danced, laughter echoing through the night, a laughter that was both haunting and beautiful, the bittersweet melody of what was lost and what could never be reclaimed. I was drowning in it, the fragments of reality slipping through my fingers like sand. The hound surged forward, and I felt the pulse of their loyalty beat like a drum inside my chest, a warning, a plea, a promise. In that moment of raw connection, I saw the world unfurling before me, time bending, memories flickering like stars in the vast cosmos. Dreams collided with reality, and we were all bound by that invisible thread of loyalty, of love, of loss. "Elara!" I called again, but my voice was swallowed by the void, lost in the echoes of a tragedy unfolding. The moon bore witness, an indifferent spectator to our pain. The night consumed us, a tapestry of shadow and light, a bittersweet symphony that played on repeat. Everything blurred, the chase, the fear, the loyalty that bound us like chains. I remember the fraying edges of sanity, the way my heart raced against the backdrop of a night that felt infinite. The hounds, once protectors, now became the embodiment of our own tragic flaws, and in that fleeting moment, I knew we were all entangled in the same web of fate, dancing to the rhythm of the cosmos, caught in the irony of it all. And as the shadows swelled, the final howl pierced the air, an echo of what was and what could never be again, reverberating through the hollow spaces of my heart, the longing looming like a spectre in the night. The night was a shroud, thick and suffocating. Shadows danced like phantoms among the trees, their branches contorting into twisted fingers that reached for the stars, taunting the darkness. I remember the chill, that biting air that clawed at my skin, as I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing in the stillness. The forest was alive, humming with secrets and ancient tensions, each rustle underfoot a warning, each sigh of the wind a reminder that danger lurked just beyond the reach of the moonlight. 3 of us had come together for this hunt, a ragtag alliance bound by necessity rather than friendship. We were united by a singular purpose, the thrill of the chase, the promise of glory. But I felt the weight of our unspoken fears, the cracks in our fragile camaraderie. There was Rowan, reckless and fiery, his laughter like shards of glass glinting in the dark. He wore his bravado like armor, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, an ember waiting for the right breath to ignite into a full-blown inferno. And then there was Lila, soft-spoken yet fiercely determined, wrapped in layers of vulnerability that belied her steel resolve. Her gaze often drifted into the shadows, haunted by something unseen, as if she walked a fine line between our world and another. I caught her stifled breath, the way she leaned closer when the whispers of the woods grew louder. It felt as though the night itself was conspiring against us, a malevolent force eager to exploit our deepest insecurities. Tonight was not just any hunt, it was a reckoning. We sought a creature feared and revered, a beast that stalked the edges of our nightmares, a massive wolf, its eyes amber flames that seemed to consume the light around them. Honor among hunters, they called it, an unspoken code that bound us in our quest. But among us, that honor was fraying like a rotting rope, threatening to snap under the weight of our secrets. I remember the moment the silence shattered. A howl, deep and mournful, sliced through the air like a knife. It echoed off the trees, a war cry that sent a shiver racing down my spine. My heart raced, each pulse a thunderous reminder of my mortality. Rowan grinned, a spark igniting in his reckless eyes. "This is it," he shouted, charging forward, enthusiasm radiating from him like a beacon. But I felt the dread wash over me, a wave crashing against my resolve. "Wait!" I called, but my voice fell into the void, swallowed by the dark. Lila hesitated, her brows knitted in concern. I could see the conflict etched across her face, the desire to follow and the instinct to retreat. In that moment, I understood. We were all teetering on the edge of something vast and terrifying. The chase began, the forest transforming into a blur of movement and adrenaline. I ran alongside Rowan, his laughter echoing as he leapt over fallen branches and ducked beneath low-hanging limbs. But with each bound, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the shadows close in tighter. Lila trailed behind, her breath coming in sharp gasps, each inhalation laced with the weight of her unspoken fears. We were hunters, yes, but we were also prey, lost in a labyrinth of guilt and confusion. And then, there it was, a flicker of movement. The beast emerged from the shadows, a creature of nightmares, muscles rippling under a pelt as dark as the abyss. Its eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, time suspended itself, hanging heavy in the air like an unspoken promise. I felt the breath leave my lungs, the world narrowing to just the two of us, this predator, this embodiment of raw power, and me, mere flesh and blood. But Rowan was oblivious, intoxicated by the thrill of the hunt. "It's beautiful," he shouted, drawing back his bowstring, the tension electric in the air. I saw the adrenaline coursing through him, the rush of euphoria, blinding him to the peril that lay ahead. I wanted to scream, to warn him that this was not just a hunt, it was a descent into madness. Then, in a flash, the wolf lunged, a blur of fury and teeth, and everything unraveled in a heartbeat. Rowan's arrow flew, but it was a moment too late. The beast tore into him, a sickening snap echoing through the stillness as he crumpled to the ground. Lila's scream pierced the night, raw and primal, a sound that cut through me like a dagger. I rushed forward, but it was chaos, blood and terror, the air thick with the metallic scent of death. And in that instant, I saw the truth, a reflection of our own fractured souls in the eyes of the beast. Honor among hunters? It was a cruel joke. We had betrayed one another, and now the night was demanding its due. I felt the ground shift beneath me as dread pulled in my stomach. Lila knelt beside Rowan, cradling his head in her arms, a broken plea on her lips. "Please, stay with me." Her voice trembled, a whisper of desperation that echoed in the void, reverberating against the blood-soaked earth. I watched her face crumple, a mosaic of fear and heartbreak, and in that moment, I realized, this hunt had cost us everything. I stepped back, each movement heavy with the weight of my own cowardice, the realization that I had failed them both. The stars above shimmered indifferently, the cosmos swirling in a cruel dance, as if mocking our plight. I felt lost among the shadows, the night swallowing my guilt whole. As the wolf stood over its kill, the forest held its breath. I could feel the ancient pulse of the earth beneath me, an echo of countless hunts that had come before, a cycle of life and death repeating itself with horrifying inevitability. Honor among hunters? A fool's whisper in a world where trust was as fleeting as the light of dawn. And just like that, the confrontation loomed, the tension thickening like fog. Time twisted and spun, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. I held my breath, knowing that this haunting, this relentless pursuit of something greater, was far from over. In the depths of human despair and the shadows of the night, something dark awaited us all, a reckoning that would test the very essence of our souls. The water splashes violently against the rim of the porcelain tub, a symphony of chaos reverberating in the dimly lit bathroom. Sparks of cold flicker across my skin, igniting a shiver that spirals down my spine. I'm standing at the precipice of something colossal, a moment charged with unspoken dread. The air is thick, almost electric, vibrating with a tension that feels alive, an unseen force bearing down on me, reminding me that purity comes at a cost. I remember the first time I saw her. Ilara, with her wild hair like tempest-tossed waves, standing at the edge of a lake that mirrored the bruised sky. She was always drawn to the water, her soul entwined with its depths. I fell in love with her then, not just for her beauty but for the mystery that cloaked her every movement, a dark allure that promised salvation and destruction in equal measure. The lake whispered secrets to her, and she listened, her heart bleeding into the water. Now, she's here, in this tiny bathroom, and the shadows flicker as she sinks into the tub, her body submerged, save for the tips of her fingers trailing across the surface. I can't help but stare, captivated by the way the water curls around her, a lover clasping her to its chest. But there's something more, an urgency beneath the surface, a tempest brewing within. "What are you hiding from, Ilara?" The words slip from my lips, raw and desperate. Each syllable feels like a plea, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. She doesn't answer, her gaze lost in the swirling depths as if she's searching for something ungraspable, something buried deep within the shadows. I remember the way she once laughed, a sound like tinkling glass, shattering against the weight of our realities. Every laugh was a moment of purity, a brief escape from the suffocation of expectations. But now, there's a darkness that clings to her like a second skin. It seeps into the very air we breathe, and I can almost taste the fear that coats her tongue. "Do you think I'll be clean again?" She glances up, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and I'm struck by the vulnerability behind her fragile facade. The water laps at her chin, a ghostly embrace, swirling with the remnants of everything she's tried to wash away. I recall the nights we spent walking the streets, the city bright with life, yet we were two shadows slipping through the cracks, searching for solace in a world that had long abandoned us. The clocks had taunted us then, their relentless ticking echoing the frantic beating of our hearts, an incessant reminder that time is a river, merciless and unyielding. "Clean?" I echo, bitterness curling around my voice. "You think it's that simple? Look at us." I gesture to the broken pieces of us, scattered like shards of glass, irreparably sharp. If only it were that easy. A shudder runs through her, and I can see the ghosts of memories flicker behind her eyes, each one a drop of water, heavy and pregnant with regret. I remember the first time she confided in me, her voice barely a whisper, carrying the weight of her darkest sins. I thought the water would wash it away, she'd said, tears streaming, but it only drags me deeper. Her words linger in the air between us, a ghostly reminder of all that binds us. In that moment, I want to reach for her, to pull her from the depths of her despair, but the fear of drowning keeps me rooted in place. I'm afraid of what I might find beneath the surface. The bathroom is a cocoon, the swirling steam wrapping around us like a shroud. I can almost hear the water mocking us, laughing at our attempts to find purity in its embrace. Each splash echoes with memories of laughter turned to silence, hopes dashed against the rocks of a cruel world. Do you remember the first time we bathed together? I ask, my voice cracking. It was an innocent moment, two souls seeking warmth in the chill of the night. We had laughed, our bodies tangled, water cascading like a waterfall down our skins, washing away the grime of the past. But that night feels so far away now, like a forgotten dream, the purity of our laughter drowned in the weight of our secrets. I remember, she whispers, her voice barely above the sound of the water. But it wasn't enough. I can't bear the sadness that drapes over her like a shroud. What if we just started over? My heart races as I say the words, a reckless hope sparking like a match in the dark. But deep down, I know the truth, starting over is an illusion, a cruel mirage that vanishes when you reach out for it. She looks at me then, eyes wide, and I see the storm brewing within. You think the water can cleanse me? A bitter laugh escapes her lips, harsh and jagged. It's just a facade, a fleeting moment that masks the chaos beneath. I am not pure, and no amount of water can change that. The shadows dance around us, and I feel it, the weight of her despair pressing down like a vice. Each heartbeat echoes with the echo of our shattered dreams, the remnants of a love that feels so achingly close yet impossibly out of reach. Then let's drown together, I whisper, and my words hang heavy in the air, a promise laced with desperation. If I can't save her, maybe I can surrender to this torrent of emotion, this overwhelming tide that threatens to pull us both under. The water rises, swallowing everything, our laughter, our fears, our broken hearts, as I step closer, my fingers brushing against the cold surface. In that moment, I realize that purity is not about escaping the darkness, it's about embracing it, allowing it to wash over you until you're reborn in its depths. And as we descend into the chaos, I can almost hear the echoes of our laughter reverberating through the waters, a haunting melody reminding us that sometimes, surrendering to the storm is the only way to find clarity. The clock ticks relentlessly, time slipping through our fingers like water, and I know, deep down, that this moment is only the beginning. The shadows whisper secrets, the water churns with possibilities, and as we plunge deeper into the unknown, I can't help but wonder what lies beneath the surface. The moon hung low, a blood-red whisper in a sky that crackled with the weight of unspoken fears. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, watching as the shadows twisted and turned beneath the ancient trees, roots coiling like serpents, hungry for secrets. My heart thundered, echoing the pulse of the earth, while the night wind carried the soft, desperate cries of women, mothers, daughters, lovers, each voice a thread woven into the tapestry of myths crafted long before I was a fleeting thought in this world. There was always something unsettling about the stories they told, the women who danced between worlds, wielding power and despair with equal measure. I found myself haunted by them, these specters from another time, yet their truths were so real, so visceral that they gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I remembered the stories of Hecate, the dark goddess of magic and witchcraft, standing alone on that crossroad, flickering candles casting ghostly silhouettes across her face. She beckoned to those lost, but what she offered in return was always shrouded in shadows. And then there was Medea, whose love burned like a pyre, fierce and consuming. I could feel the heat of her rage, her betrayal, how her heart shattered as she turned from love to vengeance. The very air crackled with her fury as she took the lives of those who wronged her, the echoes of her laughter mingled with the screams of her enemies. I felt that rage stir within me, a storm waiting to erupt, and I knew in that moment, her pain was not hers alone, it coursed through my veins, a shared agony that connected us across the chasm of time. I stumbled into the darkness, a prisoner of my own thoughts, arresting the moment where beauty and horror entwined so closely they became indistinguishable. I remember the tales of Artemis, who roamed the moonlit forests, a fierce huntress, her bow strung taut with the power to slay any beast. Yet behind that strength lay a profound loneliness, the ache of a woman destined to remain untouched, forever shackled to her ideals. A fire blazed in me, igniting my desire to howl at the moon with her, to feel the wildness of the hunt, but the chains of expectation pulled tight around my wrists. I recall standing at the edge of the village, surrounded by whispers of fear and reverence. The women there, wives, widows, and daughters, clutched their children close, eyes darting toward the shadows as if sensing the pull of ancient forces that had long ago forgotten them. They spoke of fate, of the fates themselves, those ominous sisters who spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. I felt the weight of their judgment, their cold fingers tracing the paths of my choices, as if I could ever escape the loom of destiny. It was there I met Elara, a woman with eyes like darkened stars, shimmering with the weight of unfulfilled dreams. She had defied the heavens, challenging the gods, and now she lived in a shimmering cage of her own making. Her laughter rang hollow, echoing through the night like a forgotten song. "They call me a witch," she said, her voice trembling like autumn leaves, "but they don't understand. I wear my power like armor, yet it cuts deeper than any blade." I felt her pain as if it were my own, the burning desire for freedom clashing with the chains of societal expectations. Together we wandered through the echoes of time, shadows stretching long before us as we whispered the names of women who dared to rise against the tide. There was Penelope, whose patience wove her own tale of resilience, a tapestry rich with love and betrayal, or Lilith, who turned away from the chains of Adam, her choice echoing through millennia. I felt their stories thrum in the air, each heartbeat a reminder of the fierce courage it took to defy, to exist in a world that sought to silence them. But as the night deepened, dread settled upon my shoulders like a cloak soaked in sorrow. I felt the specter of conflict rise, the echoes of ancient battles still raging in the hearts of women everywhere. Could I stand alongside them? Could I scream with Elara, howl at the injustice and the chains that bound us all? I felt the weight of history pressing down on my chest, a reminder that their struggles were not confined to myths but lived on in the marrow of our bones. The clock tower chimed ominously, its echoes resonating like a dirge, and I could feel the world shift around us, reality bending and warping as if the very fabric of existence was held together by fragility and fear. This was not just a tale of power, it was a haunting melody of loss, love, and defiance. Each woman in those stories had faced their gods and demons, and I found myself longing to scream the names of those who had come before me, to claim my ancestors' rage and sorrow as my own. I remember standing on the brink, feeling the cold breath of destiny at my back, the weight of my ancestors urging me forward. As darkness enveloped us, I thought again of Hecate, her haunting figure a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. I could feel the threads of fate tightening around my wrists, begging me to make a choice, to embrace the power I was born with or to cower in the shadows. I stood there, on the precipice of transformation, caught in the swirl of ancient stories and raw emotion, the tendrils of fear and hope intertwining in a dance as old as time. They were watching, those women who had carved their names into the stars, their voices merging into a single, spine-chilling chorus that echoed through the ages, a reminder that to be a woman was to battle with the forces that sought to bind us. And as I drew a breath, the air heavy with the weight of their histories, I knew this was not just their tale, it was mine, too. The forest was alive with the whispers of a million leaves, each rustle a ghostly reminder of what was about to unfold. In the sudden stillness, when the breath of the earth caught in its throat, Action stood at the edge of the clearing, heart thrumming with the weight of unseen eyes. He felt it then, that sharp, electric pulse of dread that wrapped around his throat like the delicate fingers of a ghost. The air was thick, not just with the scent of damp earth and pine, but with something more sinister, something that electrified the very roots of the trees. I remember the chill as it crept along my spine, the magic of the moment tinged with something darker. It was the kind of beauty that demands a price, that hums with the melancholy of lost dreams. He was a hunter, a boy with the sun in his hair, yet the forest felt like an ancient beast, its shadows stretching long, hungry for the light. Action had always treated the woods like a friend, but now they felt like a predator, ready to devour him whole. And then, I saw her. A flicker of movement, a glimmer of silver skin beneath the canopy, like a star plummeting from the sky. Diana, goddess of the moon, of the hunt, a vision of purity and vengeance. She stood there, radiant, untouched by the chaos of the world. In that moment, I was both captivated and terrified. I felt the taut thread of desire pull me forward, an invisible force that clouded my mind. How foolish to think I could remain a mere observer, a shadow to her light. Action, in his reckless youth, shattered the fragile boundary of the sacred. His gaze lingered too long, drew too deep. It was a fleeting moment, a heartbeat entwined with the pulse of the universe, yet the world turned dark. The thrill of the hunt turned on him, a revolting, twisting knife of fate. I remember his heart racing, blood pounding in his ears, each thump a warning, each breath a plea. But desire is a fool's game, and action played it with abandon. Diana turned, eyes like ice, fury and betrayal entwined in her gaze. The forest held its breath. Time fractured, split like the branches above him. I saw the truth in her piercing stare. She was not just a goddess, she was a woman scorned. The echo of a heart-breaking ricocheted through the trees, heavy like a funeral dirge. And suddenly, the stillness shattered. "You dare?" Her voice sliced through the silence, sharp as the arrow he had notched in his bow. Time warped, rippled like the surface of a pond disturbed. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, a death knell for what action had thought was mere curiosity. The shadows twisted and writhed, turning to specters of his own making. "Forgive me," he whispered, "a prayer, a confession." But the jagged grin of fate has no mercy. She transformed, her form swirling like a tempest of light and darkness. The air thickened, coiling around him, tightening like a noose. I watched as the small, fragile line of hope snapped, leaving only despair in its wake. With a flick of her wrist, Diana set the hounds upon him, beasts born of moonlight and vengeance. They were spectral, their forms blurring at the edges, unfathomable in their rage. Run, I thought. Run, action. But the shadows had teeth, and they were hungry. He stumbled, heart racing, legs pumping with a desperation fueled by the primal instinct to survive. I felt the thrill of the chase, the adrenaline coursing through his veins, but it was laced with a bitter truth. Every step he took led him closer to his end. The underbrush clawed at his skin, the thorns like the echoes of broken promises. I remember the fear in his eyes, raw and haunting, a mirror of my own. This was not a mere hunt, this was a reckoning. The hounds were upon him, snapping, biting, their howls harmonizing with the screams of his soul. Action fell, the earth rushing up to meet him in a cruel embrace. And in that moment, time slowed. I could almost hear his heart breaking, an echo in the void, a whisper lost to the cosmos. His thoughts spiraled, memories of laughter, of warmth, of a life that had once been vibrant, now reduced to the flicker of a dying star. And there was Diana, a spectre in the distance, her expression a tempest. Was it sorrow? Was it triumph? The line between love and hate blurred, twisted like the roots of the ancient trees. I felt her pain, too, the burden of divinity, the loneliness of a goddess. She was both judge and jury, the hand that dealt the blow, and I could see the weight of her own loss reflected in every moment. There was no escape, no redemption. Action had crossed a line drawn in the starlight, and now he was paying in blood. With each snap of the hound's jaws, with each gasp of breath he took, the world lost a little more of its color. Life faded to gray, and the bitter taste of regret hung heavy in the air. I remember his cries, a haunting melody that lingered long after the moment had passed, echoing through the hollow spaces of my mind. This was not just a narrative of loss, it was an experience painted with the brushstrokes of despair and longing. The forest became a witness to his downfall, each tree a silent observer, each whisper of the wind a reminder of what had been lost. And as the darkness enveloped him, I felt a chill grip my own heart, a reflection of his final moments, the devastation of what was, and what could never be again. Time ceased to matter, the cosmos hung suspended, waiting for the inevitable. I was trapped in this spiraling vortex of emotion, unable to look away, unable to turn back. As action's voice faded into the cacophony of the hunt, I understood, a choice made in a blink could shatter a soul forever. And in that haunting silence, the darkness deepened, pulling me into its embrace, whispering promises of more to come. I could feel the weight of loss pressing down, ever heavy, ever present, as the shadows danced, waiting for the next moment of reckoning. The silence was thick, a suffocating shroud that clung to the temple walls, each stone whispering echoes of anguish. I stood there, heart pounding like thunder, the air electric, heavy with fear and disbelief. Everything had changed. The gods were not omnipotent, they were vulnerable, and that revelation sent icy tendrils creeping down my spine. The sky outside was a bruised violet, the sun's light a distant memory, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the next act in this cosmic tragedy. I remember the moment, a flicker in the air, a tension that crackled fiercely, and then, the shattering. The fall of one of us, the great Apollo, had sent shockwaves beyond the mortal realm. I pressed my palm against the cool marble, feeling the pulse of the ancient stone beneath my fingertips, as if it too mourned the loss of our brother. A part of me wanted to scream, to rage against fate itself, but all that escaped my lips was a whisper, "What now?" Even the shadows seemed to pause, caught in the gravity of despair. Athena, fierce and cunning, stood beside me, her armor dimmed, reflecting not glory but a hollow uncertainty. I watched her struggle with the impossibility of it all, her brilliant mind grappling with a truth so raw it threatened to unravel her very essence. "We thought we were untouchable," she murmured, the words trembling in the air like fragile glass. "But he was one of us." Her voice broke, and in that moment, the walls of her fierce resolve crumbled. I saw a tear escape down her cheek, a single shattering drop in an ocean of grief. And then there was Loki, the jester-turned harbinger of chaos, a smile twisting his lips even as his eyes betrayed an unsettling turmoil. "Oh, the grand irony," he said, his tone light, mocking even a defense against the encroaching darkness. Here we were, the mighty pantheon, and a mere mortal brought us to our knees. The echo of his laughter hung heavy in the air, a bitter reminder of the absurdity of our existence. Yet I could see through the mask. Beneath the surface, the turmoil roiled like a storm-tossed sea, waves crashing against the fragile shoreline of his sanity. I remember watching his fingers twitch, as if itching for mischief, but this wasn't a game. This was survival. "What will they say of us?" he mused, eyes darting, searching for answers hidden in the shadows. "Will they see us as gods, or mere phantoms clinging to an illusion of power?" His words cut deeper than any blade, slicing through the pretense we had built around our divinity. The temple, once a sanctuary, now felt like a tomb, cold and unforgiving. Outside, the world pulsed, unaware of the fracture within our ranks. Mortals would continue their trivial pursuits, oblivious to the cosmic rift that had been torn open. I could almost hear their laughter, a stark contrast to our sorrow, a mockery of the chaos we felt. Each heartbeat echoed my own fears. What if this was it? What if we were left vulnerable, exposed to forces we had never prepared for? Athena's eyes glimmered with a fierce resolve, as if she were wrestling with ancient wisdom and the weight of her own desperation. "We must act," she declared, her voice rising above the silence, igniting a flicker of hope that struggled against the encroaching darkness. "We cannot allow this to define us." But even as she spoke, I saw the flicker of doubt in her gaze, a ghost of uncertainty that haunted her thoughts. Loki, ever the wild card, leaned closer, his breath a whisper of mischief and malice. "Define us? Or redefine us?" he teased, but I saw the storm brewing in his heart. He craved chaos, yes, but now there was a hunger for something more, a vendetta, perhaps, against those who dared to challenge our supremacy. What if we turned this tragedy into our advantage? My heart raced. The idea was intoxicating, a dance on the edge of a knife. But it was also reckless. We were gods, yes, but we were still bound by the rules of a universe that had just shown us its teeth. What if we fail? I gasped, the weight of that possibility pressing down on my chest like a dark shroud. A tension filled the temple air, thick and electric, a storm brewing in the silence. Each of us wrestled with our own demons, our own fears. I felt the suffocating grip of doubt tightening around my throat, choking the optimism that Athena tried to cultivate. Would we emerge stronger, or would we fracture further, splintering under the weight of our despair? And then it struck me, what if this was the moment we were meant to confront our own humanity? What if we had to face our greatest fears, not as gods, but as flawed beings wrestling with mortality? It was both terrifying and exhilarating, the thought that we could be more than what we portrayed to the world. I remember the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around us like ghostly fingers, a reminder of our mortality, our fragility. "This is not just about vengeance," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "it's about understanding." Athena nodded slowly, her fierce demeanor softening, while Loki's laughter faded into contemplative silence, the weight of our reality settling heavily upon our shoulders. We were not just gods, we were survivors, grappling with loss, questioning our purpose. As the gathering shadows deepened, illuminating the flickering candlelight around us, I felt a strange sense of unity, a shared burden that bound us together in our grief. In that moment, we were not merely deities, but echoes of humanity, whispers of longing and fear. We stood on the precipice of something unnameable, teetering between despair and hope. The clock ticked steadily, counting down to an uncertain future, where every breath was a reminder of what had been lost and what lay ahead. A confrontation loomed, as inevitable as the night that had fallen around us, and with it came the realization, this was only the beginning. Outside, the world continued to spin, blissfully unaware of the turmoil within the divine. But we were not blind to it. We had felt the earth tremble beneath us, and now, as we faced each other, all that remained was the haunting echo of our brother's sacrifice, reverberating through the very fabric of the cosmos. And in that moment, we knew we had to rise. A crack splits the silence, echoing through the darkened woods, sharp and sudden like a whip. Her heart races, thumping against her ribcage as she crouches low, the damp earth clinging to her skin. Shadows stretch and twist around her, gnarly fingers of trees reaching, beckoning. She remembers the stories, the huntress, Artemis, with her silver bow and arrows that pierce the night, but this is no myth. This is flesh and bone, blood and breath. I remember the thrill of the hunt, the rush of adrenaline, but this is different. This isn't a game. This is survival. I can feel the weight of the world pressing on my shoulders, the anxiety coiling tightly around my throat, cutting off my breath. In the periphery, something moves, a flash of fur, a whisper of wings. The hunter becomes the hunted. "Leah!" The voice comes like a thread unraveling, fraying the fabric of my focus. It's Jacob, my brother, my tether to sanity. His voice is raw, as if he's pulling it from the very marrow of his being. "We need to move." I glance back, and the fear in his eyes is a mirror reflecting my own dread. He's always been the steady one, the anchor when the storm rages, but today, he's a tempest, and I am caught in the eye of it. What if we can't find our way back? I whisper, though every word feels like a confession. The forest is alive with secrets, and I feel its breath on my neck, cold and unforgiving. Do you think the wolves care about your doubts? His tone is harsh, yet there's a softness beneath it, a shared vulnerability. We both know the truth, the wolves are closing in, their howls a chilling symphony that dances through the trees. They are relentless, hungry for the thrill, for the taste of fear. And I can't be the prey. The shadows shift again, and I feel it, a presence, lurking, stalking. I remember my training, the countless nights spent under the stars, learning about the huntress, arms raised, a goddess in her own right. But this isn't about legends, legends won't save me now. I grip the makeshift spear in my hand, the jagged wood a comfort and a reminder that I am still alive. "Leah, focus!" Jacob snaps, and I see the flicker of desperation in his eyes. It's not just the wolves. It's the weight of expectations, the fear of what lies ahead, the burden we both carry, the shadow of our mother. She was a hunter, just like Artemis, but she's gone now, lost to the wilderness. And in her absence, the woods whisper her name, ghostly echoes that taunt us. Don't think about her, Jacob warns, but the thought creeps back in, a stubborn weed in my mind. I remember her laughter, the way she'd sharpen her arrows, a ritual both mundane and sacred. She's not here, I tell myself, but the reminder feels like a dagger, twisting in my gut. The howl pierces the air again, closer this time, and my breath catches. There's a tension that binds us, a thread woven through the fabric of our souls, and as fear tightens its grip, it becomes almost palpable. "We need to run," he urges, urgency dripping from his words. But where to? The woods have become a labyrinth, and every path feels like a trap. Together, I say, the word a promise, a lifeline. I can't falter. I can't abandon him to the shadows. We take off, the earth pounding beneath our feet, a drumbeat heralding our descent into chaos. And in that moment, amidst the cacophony of our hearts pounding and the rustle of leaves, I see her. Artemis, flickering at the edges of my vision, ethereal and fierce. I remember tales of her wrath, of those who wronged her, and I feel her power surge through me, igniting a fire in my belly. We burst into a clearing, and the world feels both immense and suffocating. The sky looms overhead, dark and vast, like a cosmic reminder of our insignificance. "Look!" Jacob points, his voice trembling with urgency, and I follow his gaze. There, in the middle of the clearing, stands a lone figure, a silhouette against the backdrop of the starlit sky. It's a woman, wild and untamed, her hair cascading like a waterfall of silver. She holds a bow, an arrow drawn, poised to strike. I feel the pull of her gaze, the ancient energy, and I know she's a guardian, a remnant of the huntress, perhaps even a piece of my mother spirit, watching, waiting. "Who are you?" My voice is barely a whisper, a breath carried on the wind. An echo, she replies, her voice both haunting and comforting. "I am what remains when the hunt becomes too fierce." A chill runs down my spine, and the weight of her words settles over me like a shroud. I can feel the wolves encroaching, their growls filling the void, a reminder that time is slipping away. The figure before us fades, but not before I catch a glimpse of her sorrow, a reflection of our own. "Move!" Jacob shouts, and I break the spell, tears blurring my vision. I sprint forward, the darkness chasing, the shadows stretching behind us like an unyielding tide. Every heartbeat a countdown, every breath a reminder of what is at stake. We are not just running from the wolves, we are running from the ghosts of our pasts, from the legacy of a huntress that haunts us. And as we plunge deeper into the woods, I feel it, the echoes of Artemis, the weight of her legacy, pulsing through my veins. I remember the hunt. I remember the choice. I remember that in the face of fear, we are all capable of becoming something more than ourselves. We are not victims, we are warriors. A howl echoes through the stillness of the ancient forest, piercing the air like a knife. The sound reverberates in my chest, tightening my throat and sending ripples of dread cascading down my spine. I can almost taste the metallic tang of fear as action, heart pounding, steps through the tangled underbrush, each crackling twig beneath his feet a harbinger of doom. I remember the moment, the frantic rustle of leaves, the way the moonlight fractured through the trees, revealing glimmers of silver on his skin, like a ghost caught between realms. Time stretches in this eerie twilight, breath suspended like a forgotten promise. Action, with his boyish bravado and reckless arrogance, had come for the thrill, to hunt the elusive stag that danced in his imagination, an ambition fueled by a need to prove himself. But who was he trying to impress? The faces of his companions haunt him, mocking shadows in his mind. I remember his laughter, bright and infectious, now curdled into something bitter and desperate. And then there is her, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, fierce and untouchable, drenched in moonlit grace. She stands before the sacred spring, the water shimmering like shards of glass, a hidden world teeming with life. She's not just a figure of beauty, she's a force of nature, a tempest encapsulated in femininity. I remember her eyes, cold as the winter nights, glinting with the ferocity of 1,000 storms. Here lies the crux of the conflict, a collision of desires, action, an impetuous mortal, drawn to the divine, Artemis, a goddess, resolute in her solitude. Full, her voice whispers through the trees, an echo of pain and isolation. "What have you done?" The words slip through the branches, curling around Action's heart. He doesn't hear her at first. He is too enraptured by the vision before him, the way the water glistens, luring him closer like a siren's call. But with every step he takes, the ground beneath him grows heavier, laden with the weight of his transgression, the unforgivable sin of curiosity that would shatter both their worlds. I can feel the tension pulsating in the air, stifling and electric. What is it like to be caught between worlds, to see the beauty yet feel the impending doom? The dread coils tighter in my chest as I watch Action, his fascination morphing into horror as he realizes the truth: he has crossed a line, one that should never be breached. The climax looms, anticipation taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. "Please," he gasps, a plea that rends the silence, raw and trembling. A desperation mingles with the scent of pine, a heartbreaking juxtaposition. The irony: he sought glory but found only his own downfall. I remember the moment when his eyes met hers, a fleeting connection, a tremor of recognition. But Artemis, in all her celestial radiance, does not waver. She is a statue carved from sorrow, her heart an impenetrable fortress. In the depths of her gaze, fleeting pity flickers, swallowed whole by the fury of betrayal. Action, the proud hunter, reduced to nothing more than a man, stripped bare of his bravado, standing before her as prey. "You should not have looked," she intones, a chilling calm settling over her like a shroud. Each word is an arrow, piercing through the silence, finding their mark in the hollow pit of his stomach. The metamorphosis begins, and I can almost hear the gurgling of the spring, mocking and alive. Bone and flesh twist, churn, reform. I feel his heart breaking, splintering into shards, the agony of loss echoing through the forest, mourning what once was and what can never be again. The transformation is grotesque, beautiful in its horror. He becomes a stag, a creature of the wild, yet trapped in a prison of his own making, forever haunted by the memories of humanity. I remember the moment vividly, when the realization crashes over him like a tidal wave. The dichotomy of his existence: gone are the dreams of victories and accolades, replaced by the visceral reality of survival. Every breath, now a challenge, each heartbeat a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. The shadows twist and writhe, ensnaring him in a web of despair, a cruel mockery of freedom. The forest awakens with his anguish, a cacophony of rustling leaves and distant cries, a macabre symphony of life and death intertwined. The air thickens with desperation, a palpable tension that gnaws at the edges of sanity. I remember the haunting cries of his friends, the hunters, as they search for the stag, unaware of the truth lurking beneath the surface, the tragic irony dancing just out of reach. He is both predator and prey, a twisted fate that binds him, a cruel jest played by the fates. In those fleeting moments, Action becomes a symbol, a tragic reminder of the fragility of ambition, the dangers of desire. I can sense the shift, the transition from mere existence to a haunting legacy, an echo through time that resonates with anyone who has chased dreams too fervently, only to find themselves ensnared. And there, beneath the gnarled branches, beneath the weight of destiny, time loses its grip. I feel the pulse of the night around me, the endless rhythm of life and death, past and future, a cycle that binds us all. I remember the night, the shadows, the echoes of laughter turned to screams, the haunting beauty of sin, and the relentless passage of time. In this world, Action is not just a name, but a reflection of all our flaws, our desires, our dreams turned to nightmares. He stands as a testament to the darkness that lurks within, a reminder that every choice shapes our path, that every moment can lead to salvation or despair. I remember the chill of the night and the ache of longing, forever entwined in the fabric of existence, a tapestry woven through with threads of heartache and hope. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, a witness to the tragedy unfolding in this ancient forest. And I am left standing at the precipice of his fate, the haunting echoes lingering in the air, a chilling reminder that some stories are never truly over, but merely waiting to be told again. The clock struck midnight, and the world held its breath. Somewhere in the heart of the city, the air crackled with electric tension, a storm brewing in the distance that painted the sky a deep, brooding shade of violet. I stood in the alley, shadows clinging to me like a second skin, watching as fate and free will dance their deadly waltz. My heart raced, an erratic drumbeat echoing through my bones, each pulse a reminder of the choices that had led me here. Across the narrow passage, Elena leaned against the cold brick wall, her fingers twitching nervously at her side. Her dark curls fell around her face like a cascading waterfall, but tonight, they couldn't hide the torment in her eyes. She had always been the brave one, but now fear etched lines on her skin, each one a testament to the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. I could see it, the burden of unmade choices, and the ghosts of what might have been haunted her every breath. "Are you ready?" I whispered, but the words hung in the air, thick as smoke. Did I mean ready for the confrontation that awaited us, or ready to face the reality of our lives? A silence fell between us, heavy and suffocating, as if the universe itself had paused, waiting for our next move. Elena's eyes flickered toward the street, where shadows writhed and twisted like angry serpents. "I don't know if I can do this," she confessed, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. "What if we fail?" I stepped closer, feeling the warmth radiate from her body. "What if we don't?" I countered, a spark of hope igniting in my chest. But deep down, I felt the gnawing doubt. We had run this race before, but fate had always played a cruel hand. Each time we thought we could change the course, the outcome was already written on the walls of our reality. As if in answer, a distant siren wailed, piercing the night with a chilling reminder of our mortality. It was a sound I had grown accustomed to, but tonight it felt different. It echoed the choices we had made, the lives we had touched, and those we had lost. I remembered moments, little snapshots of laughter and pain. The first time I held Elena's hand, the way her smile could light up the darkest corners of my mind. It was all jumbled now, memories clashing like waves in a storm. But there was another presence lurking in the shadows, Marcus. His silhouette emerged from the darkness, moving with an eerie fluidity, as if he were a part of the night itself. The three of us were tangled in a web of fate, our lives intertwined in a way that felt almost predestined, yet each of us clung fiercely to our free will, desperate to carve our own paths. "Are you two ready to face the consequences?" Marcus asked, his voice smooth like silk but laced with a steel edge. He was the wild card in our game, a rogue element that could tip the scales at any moment. I felt the air shift, each breath more laboured, as if the universe were gauging our resolve. "What if we don't want to be pawns anymore?" I shot back, fire igniting within me. "What if we choose to break free?" "Choose?" Marcus echoed, his laughter ringing out like shattered glass. "You think you have a choice? The cosmos has written your fates in stars you cannot even see." He stepped closer, shadows swirling around him like a dark cloak. "But you can play the game, can't you?" The challenge hung in the air, thick as fog. Elena's hand gripped mine, her pulse racing against my skin, a lifeline in a tempest of uncertainty. There was fear in her eyes, but there was also something else, a flicker of defiance. "I won't be a victim of fate any longer," she declared, her voice steady despite the tremors. "I refuse to let the universe dictate my life." I felt the weight of her words sink deep into the marrow of my bones. Could we truly defy what was written? Or were we merely actors in a tragedy penned by unseen hands? The question gnawed at me, a relentless whisper that threatened to pull me under. "Then let's rewrite the script," I said, a sudden surge of determination swelling within me. "Let's make tonight a turning point." As the words left my mouth, the heavens opened, rain pouring down like a baptism, washing away the sins of the past. Each droplet felt like a cleansing, a chance to start anew. In that moment, I remembered the dreams, those vivid glimpses of alternate lives where choices had led to different paths. I saw myself in a sunlit field, laughter spilling from my lips, Elena beside me, free and unburdened. But then there was the darkness, the unshakable shadows that accompanied every dream. I could taste the bittersweet tang of regret on my tongue, the echo of laughter twisted with cries for help. "Are you ready?" I asked again, my voice barely a whisper against the roar of the rain. Elena nodded, her resolve hardening. "Together," she said, and in that single word, I felt the infinite possibilities of fate and free will collide. With a deep breath, we stepped into the street, our hearts pounding as if they were ticking clocks counting down to something inevitable. It was now or never, an intersection where our choices converged with the cruel hands of fate, and the night held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. In the distance, a figure emerged, the shadows folding around him like a shroud. I could feel the weight of his gaze, a reminder that the confrontation we had been running from was finally here. I squeezed Elena's hand tighter, and as the rain soaked through our clothes, I realized that perhaps, in this moment, we were not just battling fate, we were becoming it. And as the world fell silent, the tension palpable, the choice lay before us like a gaping maw ready to swallow us whole. The storm was here, and it was time to face the reckoning, the very essence of who we were, who we might become, tangled forever in the interplay of fate and free will. The air crackles with tension, a charged silence that suffocates like a thick fog. In the heart of the ancient city, beneath a sky bruised with violet hues, a woman stands before a gnarled, twisted tree, a relic of a forgotten time. Her breath comes quick, shallow, each exhale a desperate prayer. The tree's bark is alive, thrumming with a pulse, its own heartbeat, or perhaps the echo of 1,000 souls trapped within. She can feel them, whispering, calling, pleading. I remember, she murmurs, her voice barely a whisper, the stories, the tales spun by the firelight. They said transformation was a blessing, a gift. But here, standing before this grotesque monument of despair, I can only see the curse. The words hang in the air, heavy with a weight that could crush stone. Across the square, a man watches her. He is a silhouette against the dying light, eyes burning like embers of a forgotten flame. Lysander has known the taste of hope and the bitterness of loss. He clutches a small, tattered scroll, his lifeline, his map through this chaos of fading memories and twisted fates. He remembers the faces of those he lost, echoes of laughter turned to screams, shadows that haunt him like ghosts in a moonlit graveyard. I remember, he whispers, clutching the scroll tighter, when stories were just stories. But now, they are weapons, sharp and cruel, cutting through the fabric of his sanity. The curse of the gods is no longer a distant fable, it lives, breathes, festers in the hearts of the living. And as the shadows deepen, the ground trembles beneath them, a warning, a promise. Transformation is both beautiful and terrifying. It whispers of rebirth, yet it screams of loss, the metamorphosis that turns lovers into beasts, friends into enemies. Across the square, Aletheia, with her wild, unkempt hair and eyes like storm clouds, watches. She sees the desperation etched into Lysander's face. She knows loss too intimately, it has carved her soul like a sculptor, chipping away at her hopes, leaving behind fragments of what once was. She remembers her brother's laughter, now swallowed by the dark waters of the underworld. "I'll find you," she had vowed. "I will bring you back." Yet here she stands, looking for answers in the eyes of strangers, lost in a world that has forgotten her name. "I remember," she says, a note of defiance sparkling in her voice, when the stories told of heroes. But now, we are the heroes in a saga twisted by fate. Aletheia clenches her fists, feeling the pulse of the tree resonate within her. It is a call to arms, an invitation to confront the very heart of darkness that binds them all. Silence hangs heavy, but a storm brews in the distance, a lightning flickers, illuminating the shadows for the briefest of moments. They are connected, these three souls, bound by anguish, by the unrelenting grip of transformation. The tree stands witness, its twisted branches stretching like skeletal fingers toward the heavens, desperate for salvation. "Do you feel it?" Lysander's voice trembles, thick with emotion. "The weight of what we carry? The burden of our choices? We are not the same as we once were. We are marked." He steps closer, urgency radiating off him in waves. "Marked?" Aletheia scoffs, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "We are not marked, we are marred. By love, by loss, by the whims of gods who play with our lives as if we are mere pawns in their game." She takes a step forward, her fury igniting like a wildfire. "We are not mere characters in a tale, but the authors of our own destinies. This tree is a testament to our pain, yes, but also to our resolve." She strides toward the tree, fingers brushing against the rough bark. The pulse quickens, a visceral response that sends shivers down her spine. Here, we can channel our grief. Here, we can transform our pain into power. But the tree's whispers grow louder, a cacophony of voices rising in a haunting crescendo, drowning out their thoughts. Each word is an echo of agony. Transformation is a choice, but at what cost? The ground rumbles ominously, and the air thickens with the scent of decay. They are on the precipice of something vast and unfathomable, the thin veil between life and death illuminated in an unsettling glow. I will not let this define me, Lysander breathes, a fierce determination igniting within him. I will transform this curse into a weapon and strike back against the gods. They have taken enough. His eyes blaze with a raw intensity, a spark of rebellion against the looming darkness that threatens to consume them all. I remember, Aletheia says, her voice steady, resonating with a collective heartbeat, when dreams were just dreams. But dreams can become nightmares. We are all just stories waiting to be told. The shadows around them shift, an unsettling dance that mirrors their internal struggles. Lysander nods, a silent agreement passing between them. They are not alone. The tree stands, a grotesque symbol of their intertwined fates, as if it too longs for escape. They can feel its desperation, its longing for release. In the darkness, a flicker of light glimmers, a promise, a potential for renewal, a chance to rewrite their stories. Together, then, he says, a tentative alliance forming, we will confront the darkness. The gods may have cast their shadows upon us, but we will not fade. As they join hands, a pulse of energy crackles between them, a jolt that electrifies the air. The whispers escalate, a storm of emotion swirling around them, wrapping them in a cocoon of pain and hope. Each heartbeat echoes through the night, resonating with their shared resolve. I remember, Aletheia starts, but the words stumble in her throat, overwhelmed by the gravity of their choice. And as the wind howls around them, pulling at their very souls, they stand at the edge of transformation, ready to face whatever may come. The night breathes heavily, pregnant with possibility, as the tree looms behind them, a haunting reminder of all they have lost and all they might yet gain. The clock ticks on, the shadows deepen, and the world holds its breath, hovering on the brink of a reckoning that will change everything. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets like a distant funeral dirge. Shadows danced in the flickering light of street lamps, casting a haunting glow on the pavement, where the whispers of history still lingered. Somewhere, in the heart of the city, a shiver ran through the air, an electric current of anticipation. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as a storm brewed not just in the heavens above but in the very marrow of my bones. I remember Caleb, his face a mix of desperation and determination, eyes wide like those of a hunted animal. "It's real," he gasped, panting as he leaned against the cold stone wall, hands trembling. "The myth. They're coming for us." And I, shaking my head, felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing down upon my chest, a suffocating embrace from the ghosts of a forgotten past. The myth, that looming spectre that has shadowed humanity since the dawn of time, now felt alive, hungry to reclaim its dominion over our lives. Across the way, Amelia watched him, her expression caught between skepticism and the raw claw of fear. "You think it's a game?" she shot back, her voice a whipcrack against the silence. "You think they won't tear us apart for this?" She ran her fingers through her hair, disheveled, her heart racing like the fluttering of wings trapped in a cage. The air thickened with the weight of her words, each syllable a reminder that we were mere pawns in a game far older and crueler than we could fathom. Caleb's jaw clenched, eyes narrowing as the energy around him crackled with intensity. "You don't understand. There's power in the myth. Power that can change everything." He gestured widely to the darkened alleys, where the shadows twisted and turned like specters, beckoning us to step closer, to listen to their siren song. I felt it, a pull, a magnetic force that promised answers even as it threatened our very existence. "Do you feel that?" Amelia whispered, her voice scarcely more than a breath, yet it hung in the air like a shroud. "It feels alive." Her gaze darted to the horizon where the moon hung low, an ominous witness to our plight. The chill deepened, wrapping around us like an icy hand gripping our hearts, squeezing tighter with every passing second. "I remember the stories," I said, suddenly aware of the tremor in my own voice, the raw vulnerability bleeding through. "The ones my grandmother told me, of warriors and monsters, of love and betrayal. They're not just tales, they're warnings." My mind raced back to her words, echoing in the recesses of my memory. The myths are alive, breathing through us, feeding off our fears, our desires. Caleb's expression softened, but there was a glint in his eye that set me on edge. "But that's just it. We can harness it, turn it into something powerful. We just have to believe." He stepped closer, his breath warm against the frigid air as he reached for Amelia. We can rewrite our fate, break the cycle. But the shadows shifted, and a low growl from the depths of the alley sent tremors through my spine. I glanced at Amelia, her eyes widening with a mixture of horror and understanding as the myth oozed from the cracks of the city, a creeping dread that whispered of ancient rituals, blood-soaked histories, and destinies entwined like a spider's web. "It's not just a myth," she murmured, grounding me in that moment as if she were pulling me from the brink of an abyss. "It's our heritage, our darkness." I saw the truth reflected in her gaze, the acknowledgement of the fears we had buried, the heritage we had inherited, laced with the bittersweet notion that perhaps we were destined to play our parts in this eternal cycle. And then, silence. The kind of silence that roars louder than a tempest. The kind that promises something so terrible it makes your heart race with fear yet quickens it with a strange thrill. I could feel the heartbeat of the city beneath my feet, like the pulsing veins of a beast poised to strike. I could sense the rising storm, and it felt like the very fabric of our reality was about to unravel. "Run," I said, a plea laced with desperation. "Whatever happens, don't look back." But Caleb shook his head, defiance lit within him like a flame. "No. We face it. Together." His resolve ignited something in me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. We were flawed, each of us tangled in our own narratives, but here we stood, united by the very myth that threatened to consume us. The shadows thickened, swirling around us, wrapping us in their embrace. I felt a pull at my very core, tugging me toward an unknown destiny, an inevitable reckoning. The legend was rising, alive and demanding its due. In that moment, the air was electric, charged with the weight of every story ever told, every heartbreak ever felt. We were not just witnesses, we were participants, bound by the myth that had woven its way through our lives, uncertain yet unyielding. As we took our first steps into the darkness, the city behind us faded into a hushed whisper, and the night ahead unfurled like a canvas marked by the brushstrokes of countless souls. The storm was here, and with it, the echoes of the past beckoned us forward, daring us to confront the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The clash of reality and myth awaited, a symphony of chaos and beauty, love and loss, poised to consume us whole. And though we trembled, hearts racing, we ventured forth, not as mere mortals, but as vessels of the stories that had come before, ready to face whatever horrors or wonders lay ahead. We had entered the myth, and now, there was no turning back. The forest holds its breath, a silence so thick it wraps around you like a shroud. The sun bleeds through the canopy, carving golden stripes that dance across the underbrush, illuminating a world teetering on the edge of chaos. I remember the crunch of twigs underfoot, a haunting symphony of sound that reverberated through my veins. It was here, in this primal cathedral of nature, that everything changed. Mara crouched low, her eyes locked on the brush, every muscle in her body coiled tight like a spring ready to unleash fury. I could see the pulse in her neck, a frantic drumbeat matching the rhythm of my own racing heart. She was a hunter, yes, but more than that, she was a survivor. With every deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filled her lungs, fueling an adrenaline that surged through her like wildfire. Today was a matter of life and death, not just for her but for everyone back at the village. A deep-rooted fear clawed at the back of my mind. If she failed, hunger would gnaw at their insides until they were nothing but shadows of themselves. "Focus," I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips, as if the forest could hear us and might conspire against us. But she didn't respond. Mara was lost in a world of her own, a realm where instinct reigned supreme. I knew that feeling, the hunt could consume you whole, and it had nearly swallowed her before. Behind us, Dimitri paced, his brow furrowed with worry, hands balled into fists as if he could crush the weight of his fears through sheer force. He was driven by more than just hunting, he carried a burden heavier than the bow slung across his back. Guilt dripped from him like rainwater from the leaves, a reminder of what he had lost in the throes of his past. His younger brother, lost to the woods, swallowed by the shadows of their ancestral land, still haunted him. "We can't let her go alone," he muttered, panic threading through his voice. What ifs don't matter?" I snapped, my own anxiety surfacing like a tide, threatening to drown us all. "She has to do this. We all do." The truth lingered between us, a ghost haunting the air nature gives, but it also takes, mercilessly. Then came the sound, a rustling so faint it almost whispered against the wind, yet it gripped my heart like a vice. Mara's head snapped up, and for a moment, time froze. The forest, once a safe haven, transformed into a predator, every branch and leaf a potential witness to our sins. I could see it in her eyes, that flicker of determination ignited by desperation, the knowledge that she was more than just a hunter, she was the last hope. A deer emerged from the thicket, its eyes wide and terrified, mirroring our own. The world narrowed down to that singular creature, its breath visible in the cool air, tangled with the scent of fear. Mara's bowstring hummed with tension, a taut wire straining against fate. It felt like the heartbeat of the universe, echoing in my ears, a countdown to chaos. Please, I pleaded silently, but the forest answered only with its eerie stillness. Each second felt like an eternity, heavy with expectation and dread. It was nature's cruel game, to give only to take away. I remembered what it felt like to be hungry, to feel the gnawing emptiness in the pit of my stomach, a reminder of the fragility of life. In that moment, I understood that the hunter was also the hunted, we were all trapped in this cyclical dance, clinging to the threads of existence. Mara's fingers tightened on the bow, the muscles in her arms trembling with the weight of the decision. The air crackled with unspoken words, with dreams deferred and fears realized. I could see how she wrestled with her own demons, the burden of the village resting upon her slender shoulders. One shot. One chance. Everything hung in the balance. And then, like a lightning bolt splitting the sky, she released the arrow. It sliced through the air, a fleeting moment of grace and violence, and for a heartbeat, the world gasped. Time slowed. The deer turned, the life draining from its eyes, a final flash of terror before the inevitable. I could see it in her face, the raw, visceral horror of what she had done. Mara dropped to her knees, the forest around her shifting, morphing from a sanctuary to a battlefield. Nature had provided, yes, but at what cost? The echoes of her triumph were drowned in the cacophony of her heartbreak, the haunting realization that life taken would never return, that the cycle would continue but at a price. Dimitri rushed to her side, grappling with his own demons. You did what you had to, Mara, he breathed, but I knew the words were empty, a shallow comfort against the weight of their reality. The specter of loss loomed large between them, an uninvited guest lingering in the shadows. Nature had given us life, sustenance, but it demanded sacrifice, a truth we danced around but could never escape. The forest held its breath again, the silence wrapping around us once more, heavy with the knowledge of what we had done. And as I looked at them, my heart fractured further, caught in the web of this relentless cycle. We were bound to the land, entwined with its roots and branches, yet forever haunted by its fickle grace. I remember the feeling of standing there, suspended in time, knowing that the moment would be etched in my soul forever. The world outside continued to spin, but here, in this sacred ground, we confronted our truths, our fears, and the unyielding grip of nature as it spun its endless tale of life and death, of hunters and the hunted. I remember the weight of the forest, pressing down like a promise and a curse, an eternal reminder that in the heart of nature, nothing is ever simple. The hunt was never just about survival, it was about the scars we carry, the memories that haunt us, and the delicate balance we navigate between taking and giving. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows lengthened, whispering secrets of what was yet to come. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, the haunting call of a horned owl echoes through the shadows of the trees. You can feel the pulse of the forest, alive and restless, as if something otherworldly is lurking just beyond the reach of the flickering torchlight. I stand at the precipice of the clearing, my heart pounding against my ribcage, a frantic drumbeat urging me forward into the unknown. You ready? Whispers Lyra, her voice trembling with anticipation. She clutches a bundle of wildflowers to her chest, fingers white-knuckled around the fragile stems. It's a pitiful offering, a joke, really, for a goddess as fierce as Artemis. I remember the stories, I murmur, unable to tear my gaze from the darkness that looms ahead. The moon hangs like a silver coin in the sky, illuminating the twisted branches that seem to grasp at the heavens. I remember the tales my grandmother spun about the huntress, her rage like wildfire, her mercy as elusive as the wind. She doesn't take kindly to half measures. Lyra grits her teeth, determination flashing in her eyes. We can't go back now. Not after what happened. A shiver courses through me at the thought of her brother, a memory that feels like ice in my veins. He was lost, gone into the woods, the very same ancient thicket we stand before now, and the guilt gnaws at the edges of my conscience. I remember the weight of the world the day he vanished, the cacophony of voices whispering blame, the accusing glares that pierced through my defenses. I remember the last look he cast my way, confusion swimming in his eyes, as if he sensed the lurking shadows before they swallowed him whole. We have to appease her, I say, my voice a mere wisp in the charged air. Or we may lose more than just him. The clearing stretches before us like a vast ocean of uncertainty, and the trees seem to lean in, eavesdropping on our fears. In the heart of it, the altar stands, weathered stones, slick with moss, stained with offerings of blood and sorrow. It beckons us, a siren song of desperation. What if she doesn't care? Lyra's voice trembles, and I can see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. She has to care, I reply, though I feel the tremor of uncertainty in my own heart. We lay the flowers at the base of the altar, each petal a silent plea, a fragmented piece of hope. The moonlight catches the edges of our offering, and for a moment, the world holds its breath. Shadows dance behind us, twisted forms that whisper secrets of the night. I turn, dread wrapping around my throat. Just a trick of the light, I tell myself, but the hairs on my arms stand on end. Did you hear that? Lyra's voice is barely a whisper, but the terror is palpable. The ground trembles beneath us, a warning. I remember the legends, the hunters who ventured too far into the dark, never to return, their souls claimed by the goddess herself. The fear seeps into my bones, a chilling realization that we may be next. Don't look back, I urge, clutching her arm as we step closer to the altar. The weight of the night feels heavier now, as if the cosmos itself is watching, waiting. Just focus on the offering. We need to show her we're worthy. Lyra nods, though her eyes dart nervously, tracing the shadows that twist like serpents behind us. What if she blames us? The question hangs in the air, heavy and ominous. What if she thinks we didn't do enough? The cold breeze sweeps through the clearing, carrying whispers of the lost. I can hear them now, their cries echoing through the trees, a chorus of anguish. We will be enough, I reassure her, desperation lacing my words. We have to be. The ground rumbles once more, a low growl that reverberates through our bones. Artemis, please. I cry into the void, my voice trembling with raw emotion. We seek your grace. We offer our loyalty, our love, anything to bring him back. The silence stretches out, suffocating, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. Lyra kneels, her hands trembling against the cold stone, and I feel the weight of her sorrow. He was my brother, she whispers, tears glistening in her eyes. If I lose him, I don't know who I am without him. I kneel beside her, the cold seeping through my clothing, anchoring me to the earth. You are strong, I murmur, wanting to reach out and reassure her, but the shadows swirl closer, tightening their grasp around us. We'll find him, Lyra. I promise. But as I say the words, doubt gnaws at my heart. What if we are too late? What if our pleas fall on deaf ears? The air grows thick with tension, heavy with the weight of our unspoken fears, as the moon shrouds itself in clouds. A crack of thunder reverberates through the trees, startling us, and I feel the ground tremble with ferocity. I don't like this, Lyra whispers, her voice barely audible above the chaos of the night. Then, a piercing howl slices through the darkness, a sound so agonizing it feels like it could shatter the very fabric of reality. What was that? I gasp, my heart racing, fear wrapping around us like a vice. Stay close, I command, even as my own breath hitches in my throat. Shadows leap and twist, and the altar seems to pulse with a life of its own, throbbing like a heartbeat, a promise, a curse. Artemis! I scream into the void, my voice raw, desperate. We come with nothing but our souls. We offer our devotion, our very lives if it will bring him back." Thunder rumbles again, a warning, and the shadows writhe, as if the forest itself is responding to our pleas. And in the depths of my heart, I feel an awakening, a flicker of hope mingled with dread. The moon breaks free from its shroud, illuminating the clearing in ghostly light. The trees sway like guardians, and a chilling wind dances around us, whispering secrets of the ancient past. "You have disturbed the huntress," a voice echoes, deep and resonant, filled with the weight of ages. The ground shakes with a fury that steals the breath from our lungs, but it's not the ground beneath us that terrifies me most, it's the realization that we are not alone. The shadows converge, twisting and coiling, and I can feel their eyes upon us, watching, waiting. "Make your offering," the voice commands, and I know there's no turning back. Heart pounding, I reach for the knife strapped to my side, its blade gleaming in the pale moonlight, a symbol of our desperation. The ritual calls for more than mere flowers, it demands sacrifice. As the darkness closes in, I meet Lyra's gaze, and in that moment, I see the flicker of fear and resolve meld together. "We will do this together, or not at all." "Together," I whisper, and she nods, her resolve hardening like steel. We kneel before the altar, blood pounding in our ears like a war drum, and as the night deepens around us, we brace ourselves for what we must become. The ritual is a tide pulling us under, intense, inevitable, and we cannot fight the current. "Accept our offering," I cry, knowing that our very souls hang in the balance. The shadows writhe, the trees tremble, and the moon watches, a silent witness to our darkest desires. And as we prepare to spill our blood upon the stone, the night holds its breath, waiting for the huntress to answer. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed carelessly into the sky, illuminating the cracked pavement beneath Ray's feet. He didn't think of the beauty of it. No, the beauty was a cruel joke tonight. Shadows twisted like phantoms around him, they were alive, vibrating with an energy he couldn't comprehend. His heart raced, each beat a primal drum echoing in the stillness, a warning of the chaos that lurked just beyond his peripheral vision. He remembered the first time he saw Rebecca, standing at the edge of a field, a solitary figure against a backdrop of wildflowers. Her laughter was sunlight, warming the chill that came with every dark thought. But tonight, that laughter was the furthest thing from his mind. The once vibrant colors of her essence had faded, leaving only a hollow echo of what they used to be. And now, in this haunted silence, that echo was all that remained. He could feel the weight of the air, thick and suffocating, as if the universe itself had pressed down on his chest. He was a hunter, wasn't he, in a game that was no longer his to play? But the hunter had become the hunted, and the realization gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. In the distance, he caught sight of movement. A flicker of fabric, Rebecca. The way she moved, so ungraceful, so frantic, was a stark contrast to the calm assurance she once exuded. She felt him before she saw him, and in her eyes, he saw it, the flash of recognition, mixed with something darker. Fear? Regret? Or perhaps just the knowledge that both their lives were entangled in a web of their own making. He took a step forward, the gravel crunching beneath his boots, a sound that shattered the silence like glass shattering on stone. "Ray," she whispered, breathless, her voice trembling with a mix of desperation and hope. "You shouldn't be here. Neither should you." He held her gaze, the intensity of it burning with unspoken words. What had they become? What had they lost? In that moment, the distance between them felt insurmountable, a chasm carved out by choices they could never take back. But she was a survivor, wasn't she? The fire in her spirit had always burned brightly, even when the world pressed down on her. "I have to keep moving," she insisted, her voice trembling with urgency. "They're coming." Who were they? The shadows that danced between them seemed to breathe, whispering secrets that sent shivers down his spine. He reached out, a futile gesture to bridge the gap, to tether them back to a time when darkness didn't cling to their hearts like a shroud. "We can fight this together," he pleaded, but the words felt hollow, echoing back at him like taunts in the night. "Fight." Her laughter was brittle, like shattered glass. "What do we have left to fight with?" "Hope. Hope." The word hung between them like a ghost. He remembered the nights they spent dreaming of the future, of escaping this place. "I remember," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "when we thought we could outrun it all. Now it's all caught up to us." She turned away, the pain in her expression a dagger to his heart. "You don't understand. I'm not the same. I can't be the person you want anymore." And there it was, the fracture in her soul, the crack that had widened into a crevasse over time. It felt as if the very ground beneath them was shifting, the weight of secrets pushing them further apart. He remembered how they used to run through the fields, laughing, oblivious to the darkness that would one day swallow them whole. He could still feel the rough texture of her hand in his, the warmth that once radiated between them now replaced with the chill of doubt. In that moment, the wind howled through the trees, a mournful sound that echoed their despair. It carried with it the scent of rain, mixing with the earthy aroma of the ground. "I can't let you go," he said, desperation flooding his veins, igniting a spark of courage that had long been snuffed out. "You're all I have left." But the world was different now. The clock was ticking, the seconds stretching like elastic, pulling them back into the inevitability of fate. Each heartbeat was a countdown, a reminder of the hunter versus the hunted, the relentless pursuit of survival that was both exhilarating and terrifying. As the shadows closed in, figures began to emerge, cloaked in darkness, their intentions as murky as the night. Panic surged through Ray, and he felt the primal instinct of self-preservation claw at his throat. "Run," he shouted, urgency infusing every syllable. But Rebecca stood still, rooted in place. "No. We can't run anymore. We have to face it." Her eyes were fierce now, the fire returning as she took a step forward, defiance etched in every line of her face. And in that moment, the air crackled with tension, a standoff between the light they had once shared and the darkness that was now closing in. He couldn't let her perish, he wouldn't. Ray surged forward, pulling her into his arms, their hearts racing in sync. Together, he breathed, the word a promise, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. They became a singular force, defying the encroaching shadows, the weight of their past pressing down like a stone but igniting a fierce resolve within. But who was the hunter? Who was the hunted? The answer lay hidden in the depths of their intertwined souls, a mystery that pulsed like a heartbeat in the night. And as the darkness descended, promising chaos and devastation, Ray knew one thing: the battle had begun, not just outside, but within. The ghosts of their pasts loomed large, but together, they would fight, clawing back against the night, refusing to surrender to the fate that awaited them. The moon hung low, its glow illuminating the path ahead, a reminder that even in the deepest darkness, there was still light to be found, if only they dared to reach for it. The clock struck midnight with a haunting chime. Its echo resonated through the empty streets, where shadows danced like specters under a sickly moon. Sarah, heart racing, stood frozen outside the crumbling facade of a once stately mansion, the scent of damp earth clinging to her. The air was thick with the weight of unsaid words, each heartbeat a reminder of what she was about to confront. She thought of her mother, of the fervent whispers that had lodged themselves deep in her psyche, the same whispers that had dictated her every move, every choice. Women are nurturers, they said. Women are meant to follow. Behind her, the silence loomed like a predator, waiting. And then there was Alex, a presence that felt both comforting and suffocating. He hovered nearby, his breath shallow, the lines of worry etched into his brow a testament to his own struggle. "I can't let you do this," he murmured, voice trembling with an urgency that twisted something inside her. "You don't have to fight this battle alone." But the truth was, she had to. It was a battle forged from the molten center of her being, a clash between expectations and her need for autonomy. She could feel the myth of womanhood tightening its grip around her throat, a noose woven from years of tradition and suffocating expectations. "Why do you always think I need saving?" she shot back, the edge in her voice slicing through the tension. She felt alive, ablaze, every word a combustion of fury and fear. The walls of the mansion loomed larger, shadows fluttering like moths. The weight of her mother's ideal, a housewife, a gentle hand to raise children, a soft voice to comfort, sat heavy on her chest. That myth was a ghost she could no longer abide. The night thickened, and Alex flinched, as if her anger burned him. "I'm not trying to save you," I'm trying to protect you. His vulnerability, his honesty, felt like standing too close to a fire. It both warmed her and terrified her. She saw the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, the desperation that clashed with his desire to uphold a world where men were the protectors. It was the same world that had told him he should want an obedient partner, a woman molded by tradition, not an unyielding spirit willing to burn everything down. I'm not a fragile vase, Alex, she screamed into the night, her voice reverberating off the stone walls. I'm the wildfire. I'm the untamed storm. And with those words, she felt something shift inside her, the chains of expectation rattling, loosening. This was her moment. She was not just a byproduct of her gender, she was a force, raw and relentless. But as she reached for the doorknob, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was her mother, her ghostly visage wrapped in layers of sorrow and the weight of unmet dreams. You don't understand, Sarah, she whispered, voice echoing like a lost child calling from the abyss. You're risking everything. You'll regret this. Regret. It clung to the air like a noxious fog, suffocating and familiar. Sarah's chest tightened, memories flooding back, the summers spent watching her mother cook in a tiny kitchen, the way she smiled through the pain, the laughter that barely masked the strain. I remember, Sarah breathed, a shiver running through her. I remember the dreams you gave up. I remember the chains you wore like a second skin. Her mother's face twisted, despair etched into every line. But it's safer this way, she whispered, the weight of tradition gripping her like a vice. We are meant to take care of the home, nurture the family. It's how it's always been. And who made those rules? Sarah challenged, stepping closer, the fire in her heart roaring. You? Me? They're just myths, just stories told to keep us in our place. I don't want a life half-lived. I want to fight. I want to be more than what the world has said I can be. The night seemed to still, the very air pregnant with anticipation. Alex watched, wide-eyed, caught between the fierce woman he loved and the specter of a past that haunted them both. He could feel the trembling ground beneath him, the conflict brewing, a storm of belief and tradition colliding with the fierce winds of desire and rebellion. I'll face the myths head-on, she declared, her voice a war cry. I won't cower beneath them anymore. And Alex, caught in the crossfire of love and fear, felt the gravity of her determination pull him in. But what if you lose, he whispered, the vulnerability in his voice an echo of countless men scared to relinquish their roles. What if they break you? Then I'll rise again, she replied, determination dripping from her words. I'll rise like the dawn after the darkest night. I won't be defined by the myths. I'll be the author of my own story. That choice hung in the air, raw, electric, alive. As she turned the doorknob, the weight of countless women's struggles surged through her. The house was filled with ghosts of every woman who had ever felt trapped, every heart that had thudded in fear, every soul that had longed for liberation. And just as the door creaked open, the shadows inside whispered secrets, tales of lives half-lived. The air crackled with tension, and Sarah took a deep breath, her heart pounding with the rhythm of defiance. In that moment, she became not just a woman but a revolution. Let's change the story, she breathed, stepping across the threshold, a warrior in a world that had tried to silence her. In that instant, the past met the present, and the myths began to unravel, thread by thread. The night was alive with potential, and as the door swung shut behind them, the echo of their resolve reverberated through the darkness, setting the stage for the battles that lay ahead, a relentless fight against the very fabric of expectation. And the world watched, breathless, as the story began anew. A moonless night cloaked the forest, a shroud of silence heavy in the air, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves, like whispers of secrets drenched in despair. Action stood there, breath hitching in his throat, heart pounding like a war drum, the echo of his own footsteps swallowed by the dark. He could feel the weight of the world pressing upon him, the weight of unfulfilled promises and dreams that had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. A chill ran down his spine, an instinctual warning that something was amiss, something lurking just beyond the trees, watching, waiting. He remembered the tales of the goddess, Diana, her beauty revered and feared, her wrath swift as an arrow. It was all he could think of as he stepped deeper into the shadows, drawn by a strange magnetism. The air thickened, stifling his resolve. He was a hunter. After all, what was the world if not a grand tapestry of pursuit? Yet tonight, that pursuit felt different, the thrill marred by an unshakable tension, a feeling he couldn't quite grasp. And there it was, a glimmer of movement, a flicker of silver in the corner of his eye. His heart leapt, and he turned, hope blooming momentarily before being crushed beneath the weight of dread. The figure was ethereal, a wisp of moonlight, a vision that sent shivers of longing through him. It was her, Diana, as he had imagined her in every fevered dream. Yet, there was something primal in her gaze, something that screamed of danger, a haunting familiarity lurking in the depths of her eyes. Action. She spoke his name softly, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, reverberating in his chest like a bell tolling for the damned. In that moment, he felt unworthy, a mere mortal standing before divinity, stripped of his hunter's pride. "What do you seek in the darkness?" Her voice wrapped around him, an intoxicating blend of allure and terror. He opened his mouth to answer, but no words came. Instead, he felt the bitter taste of regret rise in him, the thoughts of all that he had chased, all that he had lost, his father's approval, his mother's embrace, his own sense of self. The forest was alive with the echoes of his failures, and the shadows thickened around him, absorbing his uncertainty. "I remember the hunts," he finally managed, each syllable a tremor. "The thrill of the chase, the rush of the kill. But now, I feel like prey." Silence swallowed his confession, the weight of it hanging heavy between them. Diana's expression shifted, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her features. Was it pity? Anger? The pulse of the universe seemed to slow, and for a heartbeat, just one, time hung suspended, a fragile moment before the storm. And then, from the depths of the trees, an ancient presence stirred. Myrtilus, the ever-watchful, a hunter not of flesh but of souls, emerged from the dark. He was a spectre of shadows, a reminder of the price of ambition. His eyes glinted with a cruel mirth, the kind that promised no mercy. "You dare tread where you do not belong, action." His laughter echoed, a haunting melody that taunted the air. Action's chest tightened, the recognition of doom settling over him like a shroud. Myrtilus was not just a rival, he was the embodiment of Action's own failures, a mirror reflecting the darkness that lurked within. "I sought only to witness beauty," he protested, desperation clawing at his throat. "But now I am ensnared in this web of shadows." Myrtilus stepped closer, his presence a chilling reminder that beauty often bore the sharpest thorns. "Beauty? Or desire? You mistake the two, my friend." The smirk on his lips was a dagger, poised to strike. "You stand at the precipice of a choice. Will you confront the darkness within, or will you flee into the night, a coward in the face of your own heart?" The word sliced through Action, each syllable a painful truth. In his heart, he felt the pull of two worlds, the savage thrill of the hunt and the terrifying vulnerability of love. The tension reached a fever pitch, and he was caught in a tempest, a storm of emotion that threatened to consume him whole. He could feel Diana's gaze, a fire that both ignited and scorched, an invitation to leap into the abyss of his own making. "I remember," he whispered, drawing strength from the ghosts of his past. "I remember being more than this. More than a hunter or a coward. I remember passion, and I remember loss." Diana's expression softened, a glimmer of understanding breaking through her steely facade. "Then confront your truth, Action. Stand against the shadows, or be devoured by them." But before he could respond, the world around him spun, the darkness stretching and twisting into nightmarish shapes, an endless abyss that threatened to swallow them whole. The air was electric, charged with the weight of unsaid things, the echoes of heartbeats blending into a symphony of fear and longing. He took a step forward, toward Diana, and the ground trembled beneath his feet. "I choose to confront it," he declared, the words a battle cry, a prayer to the cosmos. But with that declaration, reality fractured, and the forest erupted into chaos, shadows swirled like a tempest, and the boundary between hunter and hunted blurred into a sickening dance of fate. Time unraveled around them, threads of destiny weaving tighter, each moment a heartbeat that drummed against his soul. Action felt the world collapse into itself, the forest alive with the ghosts of his choices, the sounds of laughter and despair mingling in an unholy chorus. He stood on the precipice of his own reckoning, the thin line between redemption and ruin fraying before his eyes. In that dark embrace, Action saw what he had always feared, the truth of his existence, laid bare and raw. There was no escape from what he had become, from the hunter now trapped in his own game. The moonless night stretched on, and the wind whispered secrets that could never be spoken, the fate of a tragic hero intertwined with the shadows that danced around him. And he understood, in that spine-chilling moment, the real hunt had only just begun. Lightning cracked the sky, a jagged tongue of fury lashing out, momentarily illuminating the chaos below. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of rain and blood. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding like a war drum, as the storm mirrored the tempest in my soul. In the distance, the wailing cries echoed, a haunting melody that danced between nurturing and destruction, a lullaby for the damned. I remember the moment the ground trembled beneath my feet, a reminder that the earth itself sighed, neither forgiving nor cruel, only indifferent to our plight. Elena knelt in the mud, hands clawing at the earth, seeking solace as the rain began to fall, heavy and relentless. Her eyes, once bright with hope, now reflected the tempest, a storm of grief, fear, and a flicker of indomitable spirit. "Not like this," she whispered, voice breaking, a fragile butterfly caught in a hurricane. She was the nurturer, my heart's anchor, but even the strongest roots can be pulled from the soil. The world around us was shifting, a cruel reminder that love could bloom in the darkest of places, but even the brightest flowers could be laid to waste. "Get up, Elena!" I shouted, my voice barely a scream against the thunder. My heart ached for her, trembling in that moment between despair and determination. "We have to move." But even as I called out, I felt the tug of darkness, a seductive whisper that promised relief through destruction. It beckoned, daring me to embrace the chaos. I had tasted it before, the thrill of obliteration, the intoxicating rush of watching everything burn. But was it worth it? I remembered the faces, the memories, each one a ghost that haunted my thoughts. I couldn't let it consume me. Not again. And then there was Marcus, a shadow in the storm, his presence felt more than seen. His eyes were dark pools, swirling with secrets and unspoken fears, reflecting a fragile balance between savior and executioner. I could see it in the way he moved, the tension coiling in his muscles, ready to snap. "We can't save them all," he gritted out, anger simmering beneath his breath. "Sometimes, you have to let go." The rawness in his voice cut deep, a reminder of the countless times we had fought together against the encroaching darkness. But here, in this moment, he stood at a precipice, a man on the edge of destruction, teetering between protector and predator. "Let go." I spat, words laced with desperation. What kind of monster would do that? I took a step toward him, the distance between us shrinking under the weight of unspoken histories and unfathomable choices. Not all of us can walk away. The storm raged on, the elements conspiring against us, but the true battle lay within our hearts, a reckoning of what it meant to nurture and to destroy, to hold on and to release. Elena's sob broke through the cacophony, a sound so raw it sent shivers down my spine. "You both don't understand. You can't just choose one side. They're intertwined." She was a flame dancing on a precipice, her breath hitching, words spilling like tears. "You can't destroy without creating something new." I saw the truth in her, a flicker of light in the darkness. Each of us was a contradiction, a fragile tapestry woven from the threads of hurt and healing, each one of us capable of both salvation and ruin. The rain fell harder, as if the heavens themselves wept, churning the earth into a thick, dark sludge beneath our feet. I could feel the tremors of the ground, the pulse of life and death entwined, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices that lay before us. How easily we could become the destroyers we dreaded, how swiftly love could fracture beneath the weight of despair. Each moment thick with possibility, each second an eternity. "Remember the village." Marcus's voice broke through my thoughts, a distant echo of a time when hope felt like a promise. "We did what we could, but they turned against us. They didn't understand." His words hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the past that lingered like a ghost. I could see the flicker of regret in his eyes, the burden of choices made and lost. Sometimes, to protect the few, you must sacrifice the many. He believed it, a monster wearing the mask of a savior, and I could feel the walls closing in. But Elena was resolute, fire igniting in her soul. No. She pushed back, a wave of fierce defiance crashing against the tide of despair. We can't let fear dictate our choices. This isn't just about survival. It's about who we are. Her voice soared, bold and unyielding, shaking the very foundation of our doubts. We can be both. We can nurture and destroy, together. The storm raged on, a backdrop to our conflict, each raindrop a heartbeat, each clap of thunder an exclamation mark to our fears. I felt it all, the weight of our choices pressing down, the fragile balance of nurturing life and the seductive allure of annihilation. I wanted to scream, to rage against the chaos swirling within and around us, but instead, I felt the tears springing unbidden to my eyes, hot and stinging. What if we fail? I whispered, the tremor in my voice betraying my fear. There it was, the moment of reckoning, suspended in the air like a fragile glass ornament on the brink of shattering. The choice lay bare before us, our truths entwined in the chaos of the storm. What if we try? Elena's voice pierced the darkness, an invocation of hope that resonated deep within me. What if we choose to fight for each other? And in that moment, everything hung in the balance, the nurturing spirit of life and the destructive edge of despair, both demanding to be heard, both begging for recognition. I looked at Marcus, saw the flicker of doubt, the pulse of possibility ignited by her words. The air around us shimmered with the raw energy of choice, a moment suspended in time where the duality of the divine lay bare. The storm roared on, a relentless symphony of chaos, but deep within it, something began to shift, a glimmer of hope intertwined with the darkness, a fragile promise that whispered, "You can be both." And as the echoes of our choices reverberated through the night, the lines between nurturer and destroyer blurred, a dance of shadows in the heart of the storm. The clock tower struck midnight, the sound echoing through the empty streets like a funeral bell. I stood in the shadows, shivering, not from the chill in the air but from the weight of what loomed ahead. The myth, the very essence of our truth, wrapped around me like a shroud, its whispers clawing at my sanity. "Do you hear it?" I murmured, my voice swallowed by the darkness. But no one was there to answer. Not now, not ever. I scanned the cobbled streets, half expecting to see him. Marcus. His face flickered in my mind, sharp and pained, forever etched in shades of grey. I remember the way he would laugh, a sound so bright it could shatter glass. But laughter had turned to silence, and the shadows of his absence were pregnant with ghosts. Each step I took echoed his name, a haunting symphony that pulled me deeper into despair. Then there was Clara, her eyes like storm clouds, charged with the electricity of unspoken words. She stood at the crossroads of sorrow and hope, caught in the purgatory of decisions made and unmade. "This can't be real, can it?" she had whispered to me just days before, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. I had no answers for her, only the crushing weight of inevitability. Tonight, the city pulsed with an uneasy energy, a heartbeat that resonated with the ancient tales we had grown up with, stories of gods and monsters, of battles lost and won. But what did those tales mean now? In a world that spun on the axis of cynicism, did the myth still matter? I felt the pull of the past, drumming in my chest, an anchor in a tempest. The myth was alive, clawing its way back into our lives, demanding our attention, reminding us of what we had forgotten. Marcus had been the dreamer, a poet with ink-stained fingers and a heart that soared towards the stars. "There's magic in the mundane," he used to say, his eyes alive with wild, fervent belief. But belief had become a luxury in our broken world. As I stood there, memories crashed over me like waves. I remembered the nights we spent huddled under the stars, dreaming of escaping this city, this life. One day, we'll rewrite our story, he had promised. But promises, I learned, were like shadows, fleeting, elusive, and often leading us astray. I took a breath, the air thick with smoke and sorrow, and glanced at Clara. She was watching me, her gaze a mirror of my turmoil. I could see the fight within her, a flickering flame battling against the winds of doubt. "We can't turn back," Can we? She asked, voice barely a whisper, a desperate prayer tumbling from her lips. But the answer lay beneath the surface, swirling like eddies in a river. The myth spoke of heroes, of quests and triumphs, but it also warned of sacrifices, of the price one pays for truth. The city around us pulsed with unspoken stories. I could feel them tugging at my consciousness, each step igniting a flicker of recognition. The old bakery where we shared our first loaf of bread, the park bench where Clara had cried over lost love, each place dripped with history, like a canvas smeared with color and pain. Memories twisted and turned, a labyrinth of our shared existence, and I was lost within it. Clara! I shouted, urgency spilling from my lips like a prayer. We need to make a choice. The shadows seemed to close in, as if the very air was thickening against us, every moment stretching like a taut string ready to snap. She approached me, her own turmoil mirrored in the lines etched across her brow. What if the choice is wrong? What if we're meant to lose? But my heart screamed back, a visceral force. What if it leads us to freedom? The myth had always been about the struggle, the conflict that birthed clarity. The past was an anchor, but the future was a canvas yet to be painted. As if on cue, the winds howled around us, carrying the scent of rain, an omen, a cleansing. Time fractured like glass, shards flying in every direction. I could feel Marcus's presence, a ghostly echo weaving through the fabric of our reality. You can't run from the myth, he would say, voice reverberating in my mind. It's in your bones, in your blood. I clutched my chest, feeling the weight of history pressing down like a heavy cloak. It was all too much, too real, and yet too distant, like a dream slipping through my fingers. In that moment, I realized the myth wasn't just a story, it was a reckoning, a call to arms. The tales of old weren't mere entertainment, they were warnings, reminders of the cyclical nature of our existence. The monsters of our past still roamed the earth, waiting for us to acknowledge them, to confront our fears. Clara! I shouted, my voice slicing through the silence. We can't ignore it any longer. I reached for her hand, our fingers intertwining, a lifeline in the swirling chaos. The myth was a mirror reflecting our own struggles, our own pain. It whispered of love lost, of redemption sought, of battles fought not only with swords but with the very essence of our souls. We are the authors of our fate, I breathed, feeling the weight of our shared history pressing upon us. And it's time to write a new ending. As the words slipped from my lips, the air shifted, electric with possibility. The city around us buzzed with life, shadows retreating, revealing the path ahead. I could feel the ghosts of our past watching, waiting. The myth was alive, and it was hungry. Together, we stepped forward, uncertainty crackling in the air like a live wire, ready to ignite. The night opened before us, a chasm of potential where anything could happen. With every heartbeat, the myth surged, a relentless force weaving through the fabric of our existence, beckoning us into the unknown. And I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. The story was far from over, it was just gaining momentum, each moment a step toward our reckoning. Shadows loomed, and the clock continued to tick, but we were ready. Ready to confront the myth, ready to embrace the chaos. We were alive, and the night had just begun. The air was thick with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, a silence so heavy it made the heart pound like a war drum. In the dim light of a crumbling gallery, shadows danced across the walls, flickering like the ghosts of long-forgotten artists. My breath hitched as I turned the corner, eyes wide, and there it was, a cracked piece of ancient pottery, its glossy surface marred by time, yet it whispered secrets louder than any voice could. It held the weight of lives lived, love lost, and dreams shattered, a reminder that beauty often stemmed from the depths of despair. Maya stood beside me, her fingers trembling as they traced the jagged edge of the pottery. She was an artist, a dreamer forged in the fires of ambition but nearly crushed by the weight of expectation. Her heart was a canvas painted with strokes of desperation and longing. "Can you feel it?" she breathed, her voice almost a whisper, thick with emotion. "This is history. This is someone's heart, raw and exposed." Her eyes glistened as if she could see the past playing out before us, a lover's quarrel, a child's laugh, a mother's tears. But I was lost in my own storm, the clash of my thoughts roaring like a tempest. I remember the countless nights I spent staring at my own creations, the frustration clawing at my gut. Nothing felt right anymore. Each brushstroke felt like a betrayal, a mockery of my desire to create something that would transcend time. "It's just a pot," I muttered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "A relic. Nothing more." I grimaced, my voice catching in my throat. "What does it matter? It's not like anyone will remember it. Stop." Maya snapped, her eyes flaring with intensity. "You're wrong. It matters because it's real. It's a window into someone's soul." The fire in her voice ignited something in me, a flicker of recognition mingled with an echo of fear. And then there was Lucas, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, a smirk plastered on his face as if he held all the answers. He was the skeptic, the cynic, and it stung just to look at him. "You two are lost in your poetic musings," he said, his voice laced with mockery. "It's just clay and pigment, a temporary distraction for a fleeting moment in history." Yet beneath that bravado, I caught a glimpse of something raw, something desperate, as though he feared the very idea of connection, the weight of expectation crushing him like a vice. But in that moment, I didn't see the arrogance, I saw the trembling hands of a man who had abandoned his dreams, shackled by the ghosts of his own failures. "You think it's just a pot, Lucas?" I challenged, stepping closer. "What do you know about beauty born from pain? What do you know about the sacrifices made for art?" His eyes darkened, and for a heartbeat, the air crackled with unspoken tension. "A lot more than you," he shot back, but there was a tremor in his voice, a crack in his facade. "Art is just a reflection of our deepest fears and desires." Maya interjected, cutting through the tension like a knife. "It's a lifeline, a scream in the void. It's everything, all the heartbreak, all the joy." As her voice rose, the shadows seemed to shift, swirling around us as if the very walls of the gallery were eavesdropping on our intimate struggle. I could feel the pulse of history, the heavy weight of years spent crafting stories into clay, into paint, into life itself. And then, the lights flickered, bathing the room in a stuttering glow. We froze, hearts racing, the flickers mimicking the erratic beats of our emotions. Outside, thunder rumbled, a distant echo that felt both ominous and familiar, like the fears that clung to us. "I remember," I whispered, the words spilling out before I could contain them. "I remember the first time I held a brush, the feel of the bristles against my skin, the thrill of creation. I remember the smell of paint and the way it enveloped me, how it felt like a promise. But now? Now it just feels like a shadow." The confession hung in the air like a moth caught in a web, fragile yet impossible to ignore. Maya's gaze softened for a moment, the tension between us fraying just enough to let a sliver of understanding seep through. "You're afraid," she said softly, her voice almost lost in the eerie silence that followed. "You're afraid of failing, and so you hide behind that wall of cynicism." Lucas pushed away from the wall, his face tightening. "And what about you, Maya?" Always the passionate one, yet terrified of the world outside. "You paint dreams, but what happens when they crumble?" A silence followed, thick and suffocating. I could see the tempest brewing behind Maya's eyes, the storm raging in her heart. "I'd rather chase those dreams than stand still," she shot back, her voice fierce yet trembling. "What's the point of living if we hide from the very essence of who we are?" The gallery trembled with intensity, a palpable tension electrifying the air. I could feel the weight of our fears coalescing, forming a storm that threatened to break free. The pottery, once just a pot, morphed into a symbol of our struggles, our desires, our desperate need to connect. "I remember," I said again, the words clawing out of me. "I remember the nights spent creating, pouring my heart into art, how it felt like breathing life into something that could outlast me. But what if it all means nothing? What if it's just dust in the end?" Maya's eyes darkened, a flicker of pain etched across her features. "Then let it be dust. At least we tried." The words hung between us like a fragile thread, and in that moment, I felt the boundaries of our fears blur. Our emotions intermingled, messy and raw, like paint splattered across a canvas. It was chaos, yet beautiful, a reminder of the power of creation amid uncertainty. And then, the lights flickered one final time, plunging us into darkness. The thrum of our hearts echoed in the void, the silence deafening yet somehow liberating. In the darkness, I could feel us standing shoulder to shoulder, united by our shared vulnerability. We were three souls tangled in a web of art and heartache, each of us grappling with the weight of existence. Somewhere in that darkness, a truth began to take shape, a flicker of hope amid despair. Art was never meant to be perfect, it was meant to be alive, messy, flawed, and imbued with the very essence of our humanity. And just like that, we stood on the precipice of an uncharted territory, a confrontation looming on the horizon. The air pulsed with the energy of our unfulfilled desires, and I knew we could either turn away or leap into the unknown, hearts laid bare. In the end, the gallery stood silent, a witness to our raw truths, pulsating with a life of its own. And as the storm outside rumbled on, the shadows whispered promises of what was to come, urging us to create, to feel, to embrace the chaos that was art and existence. I remember the moment the world stood still. The forest held its breath, a heavy silence crashing over the leaves like a blanket drawn taut with tension. Shadows danced between the trees, whispers of the past curling around me like smoke, and in that stillness, something primal stirred. I was not alone, I could feel it in my bones. Fear prickled at the nape of my neck, a shiver of dread weaving through the very air itself. Just beyond the clearing, the goddess stood, draped in the cool mist of twilight, Artemis, the huntress, fierce and cold as the moonlight that forged her path. And then there was action. Young, restless, his heart a wild drum in his chest. He had no idea, not yet, that he was about to shatter the stillness, to unravel the delicate threads of fate that wove through the fabric of this eerie night. In his hubris, he stumbled upon her sacred space, a glade untouched by time, where water glimmered like liquid silver under the weight of stars. He had always been reckless, chasing the thrill of the hunt, seeking glory in the eyes of men. But here, in the heart of the woods, glory turned to blasphemy. I remember the way Action hesitated as he crossed the threshold, his pulse pounding louder than his footsteps. He was drawn, like a moth to the flame, ignoring the whispers of warning that fluttered through the trees. He gazed upon Artemis, her beauty shattering the silence into shards that glittered on the forest floor, but in that moment of awe, he was blind to the danger, the feral fury that could rise in an instant. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the woods, each pulse a warning. Asterisk asterisk turn back. Turn back dot asterisk asterisk, but he didn't. He stood frozen, a statue caught between worlds, as Artemis turned her piercing gaze upon him. It was in her eyes that I saw the storm, a tempest of rage and betrayal, the fury of a goddess scorned. I felt it claw at my throat, a mix of horror and fascination. Who dares? Her voice was like thunder, echoing through the trees, trembling with the weight of ancient laws. Action fell to his knees, the air heavy with remorse, but it was too late. The moment hung, suspended in time, as if the universe itself paused to watch. I could almost taste the bitter tang of regret, sharp as barbs on his tongue. His pleas fell like rain on deaf ears. The goddess was not a creature of forgiveness. Her heart, so fiercely protective of her sacred domain, now pulsed with the intensity of 1,000 vengeful spirits. In this crucible of fate, I felt the electric tension crackle between them, a taut wire ready to snap. I could see the shadows of the past weaving around Action, his youthful arrogance, the bravado of a hunter who thought he could conquer anything. The woods watched, ancient eyes that had seen countless tragedies unfold, and I felt each heartbeat echo like a drum, a countdown to destruction. I remember the moment she raised her hand, and the world shifted. A flash of movement, a shimmer in the night, and in that instant, Action's transformation began, not into something glorious, but into a grotesque reflection of his own hubris. He felt the warmth of his flesh ripple away, replaced by fur and bone, a howl caught in his throat as he became what he once hunted. Fear gripped me as I witnessed the tragedy unfold. Action, once so full of life, now a creature of instinct and terror, fled into the depths of the forest. The very world he had known vanished, replaced by a wilderness that now sought to consume him. I felt his anguish, the pain of losing oneself, of being trapped in a body that no longer belonged to him. I could almost taste the salt of his tears mingling with the earth beneath his paws. But it was Artemis's heart that shattered, caught in the crossfire of her own wrath. She had not just cursed him, she had severed a bond, a connection to the very essence of life. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt, the recognition of her own cruelty. It was a haunting reflection of the goddess herself, a reminder of the fragility of power. She was both protector and punisher, and in that duality, she was utterly alone. Time twisted and turned, each moment stretching like the shadows that followed action through the thicket. The forest became a labyrinth of anguish and despair, and I felt it resonate within me, the ache of a heart torn between love and vengeance. The echoes of Actaeon's cries pierced the night, a haunting melody that lingered long after he was gone. What had once been a simple hunt morphed into a chase, man versus beast, heart versus heart. I remember the stillness settling in again, but now it was heavy with the weight of sorrow. The moon hung low, a silent witness to this tragedy, casting long shadows that whispered of mortality, of consequences. I felt the chill seep deep into my bones, as if the night itself mourned for what had been lost. In the distance, I could hear the rustle of the leaves, the soft sigh of the wind through the branches, a lullaby for the damned. The forest was alive, but it had become a graveyard, the echoes of Actaeon's humanity fading away with each passing moment. I could almost see the ghosts of ambition fluttering like fireflies, extinguished one by one, leaving behind only darkness. Each heartbeat echoed my own internal struggle, a reminder of the fragility of fate. And Artemis, now alone in her glade, felt the weight of her choice. She had been the hunter and the hunted, but in this eternal dance of life and death, she was now left with the bitter taste of regret. The silence enveloped her, a cloak of solitude, as she watched the shadows swallow her once beloved hunter. I felt her heartache, the bittersweet sorrow of power that had turned against her. The goddess, powerful and cruel, now stood amidst the wreckage of her own making, a haunting reminder of the price of anger. And I stood there, a mere observer, drawn into this dance of despair, feeling the weight of their tragedy settle over me like a shroud. It was a story that would echo through time, a legacy of sorrow and loss that would reverberate through the ages, tethering me to the moment when everything changed, when a hunter became prey, and a goddess became a ghost haunting her own heart. In that eerie stillness, I felt the inevitable pull of the cosmos, the stars glimmering above like distant memories. They whispered of dreams lost, of lives intertwined in a tragic fate that would never truly end. This was not just a tale of gods and men, it was a reflection of humanity itself, flawed, beautiful, and forever caught in the web of its own making. And so, the night wore on, heavy with unfulfilled desires and lingering regrets, a reminder that some stories never truly conclude, echoing endlessly through the silent woods, where shadows danced and hearts broke, forever entwined in the bittersweet legacy of Artemis and Actaeon.